Hello everyone and welcome to Pirates of the Red Isles. I'm your host Wuten, and today, are we going to be cracking the rock today? Who knows? But you know what we do have here is a full party today. Below me here, first and foremost, is Captain of the Siren, Saphyrus, played by GutiSerenade.
Oh!
We have his first mate Hana, played by Cygnus.
Oh, woo.
We have his cabin girl, Ryuuko, played by Kai.
Huh?
We have the intern, Frieda, played by Solar.
Hello, I'm not an intern anymore, fuck you!
We have...
Yes, you are. What?
We have
When
the
did we,
ship's...
promote?
We have the ship's surgeon, Aesop, played by Chaotic.
As always, a pleasure, friends.
We have the ship Bodhi's Wayne, Nagaina, played by Luna Farrowe.
They didn't hear you.
You're
I
muted.
heard it through Goody's end, honestly.
Was there like a whale?
Okay, I will do it.
It was
again.
like, ah, in the background.
I will do it very gently.
Nice. And last but certainly not least, we have Delilah, the ship wizard, who is also a cleric, played by Ebony Eastone.
Mama huevo.
Understood.
Meta mis
Good day.
huevos en tu boca. Anyway, I am your benevolent DM of the evening, Wuten. And last time on Pirates of the Red Isles, we had quite a couple of things happen. First, Delilah decided to indulge a little bit at the House of Stolen Kisses. We had Nagaina and Aesop join her for that. And then we had... You joined for a little. You were just there for a little bit. We had the induction of Nilru into the Cullen Association with Aesop and Anastasios. And then we had the parade, which Goody rolled an insanely high roll of 56 on his diplomacy check for recruitment, with all the modifiers, all the assistance, all the circumstance bonuses, and recruited 11 new crewmates to the Siren. So,
Along with however many followers he got from the leadership.
yes, additionally, the leadership feat for Saphyrus and Aesop, and one other person that we will get into here in a little bit this session, also got their followers. So, what do you say we slide on over to the Siren and do a little bit of introductions to these new crewmates? What do you say?
And at some point finish out the rest of Between Me and Anastasios. So.
Yes, I've got that as well. So, we're going to slide over to the Siren here to do a little bit of introducciones. I don't know if that's the Spanish word for it, but you know what?
Yes.
Oh, hey,
Yes.
There we are. I know some of it. All right. So, we have more than 11, but we'll get into that here in a bit. First up, you have your own cohort, Saphyrus, Odessa. And then, let me pull up the Siren. You have Odessa, Gul Briscarol, who helped you with rigmarole, indeed. Helped you with that little rigmarole of a parade the other day. But, let's see here. Starting with Ulrich, the half-orc. He uses a flail with 3 spiked balls as a weapon.
He's ready to crack a rock.
He's ready to crack the rock, all right.
He took that song literally.
Yep, took that song literally. The second one is Yarrrr, an archer a halfling skilled with a bow. Noticeably, you see that despite when he pulls from his quiver, he never seems to run out.
Ooh.
So,
Perfect.
next up is Rook. You have an elf woman with a little monkey as a companion. And markings on her body indicate that she has a strong affinity towards nature magic.
Tall.
And, yes, very tall also.
Oh.
Definitely closer to 7 foot than 6 foot. We have Tanirain, or Rain for short, a half-orc, or half-elf.
That's an orc?
Half-elf with burn marks on the side of his face.
That's an orc.
That's
Got
an
a
orc.
question.
We have...
The human side was a lot stronger.
Yeah, the human side was a lot stronger. We have Desher, massive islander man with 2 large cleaving blades.
I love those cookies.
Ooh.
Yeah, the kukris.
He's ready to fucking take some heads.
We have... Let's see. We have Andy, who always has a grin on his face and a bright demeanor. You have... on the subject of kukris, actually, Solar, Lisbeth.
Oh,
A seasoned sailor skilled in the art of using a kukri, a curved blade.
I like this one too.
We have a cleric of Kyrgyz, Aurore.
So a cleric of poggers. Got it.
Aurora Borealis?
Close enough. She's skilled in many forms of combat, but actually prefers to two-hand a large dwarven longhammer. And you'll notice if you take a look that it is affixed with multiple holes inside the hammer itself. What could that be for? I wonder. So, next up we have...
Adding airspeed.
Renee, skilled fighter with a long sword.
Ooh.
No.
We have probably the first tiefling of the entire campaign, Erminos, skilled in the art of dual-bladed weapons. Or dual-wielding, rather. We have Jedit Ojanen, a tiger catfolk.
Another tiger. There's a lot of tigers out here.
Does he
Yes.
come with the airship?
No, he does not come with the airship.
Okay, I'm seeing
Damn
lots
it, sold separately.
Okay, I'm seeing lots of tigers. Where are the lions and the bears?
Oh my. Well, I've seen a few bears, but they're just different than you're probably expecting.
And
Oh no, there are definitely bears on the ship.
yes. And last but certainly not least, a goblin named Ak, nickname Ak. Because that's
Understood. I know what Ebony is going for.
Okay,
Ebony,
look.
what did you do?
So her nickname is the sound you make at dogs when you want them to stop sticking their nose into shit.
That's the sound that her enemies typically make before they meet their untimely demise.
Beautiful.
Appears to be an alchemist of sorts.
Okay.
So, there's
my
your
microphone
new
down.
crewmates. We have.
Let's see if there's anything.
Nice.
So they are in the other section of the crew. I did not mark them down for any specific roles, but I did mark on the ship sheet that Odessa and Ak are in fact able hands and can be set to any role among the ship.
Cool.
Except the captain.
Remind me, we have a 1 in place for Carpenter. Did we have someone for that?
As a matter of fact, as a matter of fact, your friendly neighborhood goblin right here
Understood.
Okay.
would be quite
Happens to
skilled for
be-
that. Yes.
Got it. Okay.
Happens to be very good at working with wood.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
Very
I-
good.
Perfect. Wonderful.
Oh my god.
And these
It's not
were
you think,
just
Sona.
and these were the ones earned from the normal thing. These aren't Saphyrus's followers.
Nope, these are all just from the recruitment. I did not have. I'm going to let Goody pick out characters and art for that one.
For
but-
which one?
For
your followers?
Your followers. These are
Oh,
just.
yeah.
Yeah, these are just from the recruitment during the parade, just like the baseline recruits.
Yeah. That'll be my own little thing.
Yeah.
They are a nebulous 10 people and nebulous 11 people.
Yeah, yeah, basically.
They're polishing our boots for us.
Mhm.
Until they come out of obscurity.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So, those are your recruits. If you would like, you may feel free to roleplay with any of them. We are not leaving Quent quite yet. I know that Aesop has a couple of things that he wants to take care of in Quent, but we'll get to that here. in a
And should
second.
Nagaina want to, I believe you have.
Yes, I do.
Yep.
All right.
I would like to have some party bonding for once in my life.
Yay! All right.
Not real. Take.
All right. So
I don't
beyond.
think I have any of them specifically, so
Mhm.
well, given time maybe, but I don't have anything specific.
All right.
Unless the captains want to go and start assigning people places.
Mhm.
I have already distributed everyone across crew squads. We'll need to roll for the new ones at some point, but as long as we get that done before the rock, I think we'll be fine.
All right. Good deal.
Hana on point as always.
Mm-hmm.
Top tier chief of staff.
It's what an XO is supposed to do.
Mhm.
Just call me Riker, but you get to keep the hair.
You gonna sit down like he does too?
My back's not that broken.
Mhm.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see here. Delilah, I have a specific
Yes.
thing for you with Ak here. So I'm gonna slide you all over here. Let's see. All right. So beyond any like general orientation, y'all are pretty good in just letting the new recruits just sort of mingle with the rest of the crew in the meantime.
All right.
Have all y'all get to meet your new shipboard family, and you better get comfortable with them because you're gonna know each other for a long time.
Long fucking time.
Very
Woo!
well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Better to get comfy.
Yeah.
Oh,
Alright.
and I guess, well, maybe we'll introduce Nilru after my section's finished. So,
Yeah.
to the crew. I see her hiding down there.
Yep. So go ahead, slide these ones over here. We are at the point now where the tokens are now overflowing from the main hold for the crew.
We need more ships.
It's time
We
to
have
start
a
making a
carpenter
fleet.
now. We can make our current ship bigger.
Hmm?
Ooh.
Perhaps you could.
Yes, you take the PNG and you stretch it.
Exactly. You take the P and yeah, exactly.
It's when everybody in universe is like, "What the fuck did you do?"
like
I don't think I can explain
amateur like architect would be. You see, your problem is that you have the building and you stretch the image.
It's something that architects don't want you to know.
Yeah, exactly.
Click here to find out more.
This is exactly how Ack would actually do that. It's just you just stretch it out like that. It's no
The
biggie.
issue you have it in M for Mini. You should put it on W for Wombo.
Now, see,
God.
if you had really good powers, you would copy paste.
Ooh.
You're right. Oh, fuck.
God damn, all right. So, Delilah, so this is going to be during your time in Quint, actually. So we're going to go ahead and move over to Quint itself. And change.
Which, by the way, I'm not sure if you know it. You can now move individual people into maps.
I did not know that. But that's fucking cool. Hell yeah.
Yep.
What happens to who?
Folders.
Yes.
Folders?
Yeah, there are not. You can make folders to like keep all your maps and stuff collected into like different folders and shit. It's
that's
a
so
godsend.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
and if you like have players that are like different places, you can just drag specific players into a map and then keep others into another one.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
That's fucking awesome. All right, so during your time in Quint, Delilah, walking among the streets, typically, just making your way around. You will be approached by a short green person who just strides up to you very, very confidently and goes, "Hey, are you the one that was in the House of Stolen Kisses the other night?"
She kind of like looks right, left, and then looks down. Oh,
down here. Eyes down here, buddy.
Yes, I was. Why, sorry, is there something you need?
Yeah. I was wondering if, you need any extra, I saw you in that parade thing from the other day. I was wondering if you had any extra spots on your crew, if you were interested in having someone good at making some explosions.
Oh, I see. I do know that we're always looking for additional hands in our ship. Sorry, beg your pardon. Name's Delilah, and you are?
My name's Ack, but most of the people that encounter me call me Ack, and then they. But you just lucked out because I am in. I've got let's just say I'm pretty good around a ship, and you know what? I wanted to see. Excuse me. I wanted to see who it was that had the balls to ask Miss. Who had the balls to ask Miss Fairwind for a spend a night with her? Not a lot of sailors have those cojones. The chutzpah.
The chutzpah.
Those huevos.
The gall.
You okay?
I think I've made a very good impression. I've made a very good impression.
I was not expecting that. Sorry, I lost my train of thought.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. She's just saying that she wanted to ask the person that
Was ballsy enough to ask.
Tessa Fairwind for a night.
Well, if you're so interested, of course I can always ask my captain if he can take you in our ship. I'm pretty sure that he would be more than happy. You mentioned you are quite capable at a ship, right? What do you mean by that?
Well,
selling cannons.
Well, you could say that I'm pretty good working with wood. And, well, let's just say if you need a ship fixed or a ship modified or anything your mind can come up with, I'm your gal.
Like little light bulb just like turns on her head. It's like, oh, we're actually just talking about this. That's the case. Just gonna like grab her by the hand and come.
Okay. She's just like trying very hard to keep up with you as you have like very long strides, and she's very short. She's like Ebony. How tall is she?
She is 2'9".
She's not even 3 foot tall, and you are. Delilah is
6'1".
6'1". So that's like you are dragging a small child along the way, basically.
Yeah, she's like on my hip height kind of thing.
Not even. She's like barely past your knee.
Oh
my God, she's a walking cocksock.
Yes, basically.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Why did you say it like that?
Look, I understand this because people sometimes say to me, you know, you have a very kind of casual, swaggering stride. Any reason for that? Yeah, I'll outpace all my friends if I walk normally.
Oh, it's the worst when I'm trying to like walk somewhere with Christian and he decides to like pick up his pace.
Oh yeah.
I'm just like, nope, come back.
Oh yeah, no, the real reason I wear those gigantic boots all the time is because I need to keep up with Guti.
Despite the fact that I do keep the casual gait.
I have to walk twice as fast normally.
Nice.
Just to keep up with you.
Yeah, so you're just dragging her along.
Goblins are not natural sprinters.
They are not natural sprinters. They have high techs, but that's about it.
Right.
Very dangerous over short distances.
Yes, very dangerous for short distance. But yeah, so you're just sort of dragging her along, and it's the start of a beautiful partnership. Congratulations, Ebony! You got your cohort.
Yay!
Yay!
I should have known.
What?
The only references
The second I saw a goblin.
The only references that
Especially
Ebony
a
sent me
stacked
were
one.
all caked up. I couldn't help it.
To be
I
fair,
know.
those were all the references I was able to find.
Yeah, I know. Nobody draws goblins that aren't caked.
The second I saw the goblin, I was like, oh, I know who Ebony likes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Either extremely ugly or extremely caked. There's no
Yes,
in-betweens.
there is no
Yeah,
in between.
That's just how it is. I was gonna say
I'm a
Nagaina
kobold.
also likes fellow short stacks in addition to big bulky people.
Yes.
She might end up
Yeah.
talking to the goblin at some point.
Yeah, Nagaina is pretty much my taste IRL.
Really?
Based.
Yeah.
Based.
Like short gremlin.
So me.
Short gremlin energy, yes.
Short gremlin energy.
So my existence.
Yes, precisely. Now then, Aesop, you had a couple of things with Anastasios, correct?
Yes. Whilst while Athena is in the back trying on her new outfits and stuff, and we'll be going shopping to outfit her with the rest of her stuff. That's the fluff. That why she has all her shit afterwards.
Yep.
For me and Anastasios, while she's busy doing that. Well, I don't know. I'm trying to think. While she is busy back there, then, my friend, I thought it might be worth it to sit there and ask you a few questions. I'm sure that each of us have found our own discoveries in our research.
Oh, but of course.
I thought perhaps there was a chance that we might share. Of course, one for one, I would not think to ask not to give in return.
Oh, of course. Then, well, what is it that you're seeking? Perhaps we can narrow that down.
So, mechanically, as a question, I'm hoping to see if maybe there's a chance we can flop some spells from our formula books.
Okay.
I'm willing to trade a spell for a spell, and obviously pay for transcribing it into my own book.
All right.
And then the other half of it is, often I find that one's name tends towards the same that they've researched. And with a name such as Anastasios, I can only imagine the sorts of things that you find. Perhaps involving life.
Well, you would be correct. At least in what I'm pursuing. You see, excuse me. When I
No problem.
You see, I have interest in healing magics, healing salves, but during my time here, I have seen so much death. It is sometimes a lot to take in.
I'm certain in such a pirate town such as this, I imagine people are falling off of roofs drunk constantly, or not recovering after a particularly vicious bar fight.
Yes.
I'm certain that sort of thing is not uncommon here. Life, in some ways, is cheap.
And so expensive in others. I have been doing research into what the clerics sometimes refer to as the breath of life.
Is that so?
A way that even immediately after making a grand mistake, shall we say, that they get a second chance to redo what was done. And hopefully for a better outcome.
If I am correct in my remembering on my studies, the breath of life is more so a short-term solution for those who have recently been deceased. Am I correct?
Correct. It is... it has to be applied very quickly. From my understanding and my research, it is literally less than 10 seconds from the time where they fall. And even then, it is not always successful.
Still a rather unique and helpful thing to be able to do this without the aid of divine magic.
Mm-hmm. It is the research I am currently pursuing right now. I unfortunately do not have the ability myself to perform it. But luckily, with the clerics of Besmara so close as he gestures towards the House of Stolen Kisses, the High Priestess herself is well versed in the art of healing magic and has been assisting me in this research.
I would hope that she was good with healing magic, was the sort of things that they could find in a... He stops for a second, and then says, in such an establishment. He very well seemed like he wanted to say something else, but he did not.
Understandable. Not everyone necessarily agrees with the practices of Callistra, but they are a wonderful help to me when I ask them for it.
Well, perhaps then, with what research you have, I could share a secret of mine that perhaps could aid you in the search for this breath of life.
Is that right? Please,
He's going to take one of the syringes off of his bandolier, and the slightly glowing golden liquid inside. Show it to him.
Oh.
Now this is a rather unique thing that I have found as I have worked on. Shall we say, you know how the cleric can summon positive energy from the planes beyond.
Yes.
With ease.
Yes.
I have found a way to make it stay for long periods of time. That is what you see in the vial here.
Concentrated positive energy.
And with a good with the right application, very quickly brings one back to full and vigor.
Fascinating.
To some extent, it does depend on the virility of the subjects themselves, but of course, that would only be expected.
Of course. Do you mind if I keep this syringe and study it? Or at least the contents inside?
Please, of course. I will be more than happy to leave one with you. But in terms of gathering more, well, let us just say that there's a reason why it's a little difficult to produce, shall we say. Just as with the cleric needing to have a living body to sit there and have the energy flow from, so too must it be retained and maintained within the form. He'll sort of tap kind of above his stomach, almost.
Oh. So...
Go ahead.
So you would use yourself as a vessel for this energy, then?
Some of it is stored up, yes. And it seems that gold is, in fact, a requirement. Shaved gold seems to retain the energy for long periods of time, which is why it's able to retain itself in the vial.
I see. Well, excuse me. Well, if that is the case, then I would very much hope that, I don't imagine that you're going to be staying in Quint for very long, but I very much hope that you do come visit again soon. If nothing else, then to share what research you've acquired in your travels, and I'll share what I can conjure up with this that you've given me. Thank you.
Of course, my friend. Let us take a look at what you have been working on, then.
Very well. And then he will take you along, and... excuse me. We'll... For one thing here, let's see. Let's pick a suitable... what is the max level formula spell that you can create, Chaotic?
That I can currently do? What I can currently do is up to third level.
Alright, third level in that case. Go ahead and add... add Orchid's Drop, if you don't have it already.
Okay.
And... Heroism.
Ooh.
So Orchid's Drop will be from his narrative assistance with his research into Breath of Life. And heroism, that's just from you guys swapping formula.
Gotcha.
Good deal.
Do you need me to spend the points for the 2/3 levels? The cost for transcribing?
Just the first one.
Okay.
Yeah, just for one.
All
The rest
right.
he can provide the materials necessary for that.
Cool. Let me see here. Writing spells into a spell book.
Mm-hmm.
You're just trying to find the fucking price.
Yep.
There it is. 90 gold pieces.
Woo! Yep.
God, transcribing spells is expensive. No wonder fucking
Yeah.
wizards need to adventure because they need money.
Yeah, they need the money for it. All right. So, I will make a note here that you have left a vial with Anastasios.
And I will take one of them off of my list.
Research. All right. Left a syringe with Anastasios for research. Bada boom, bada bing. And we'll see what comes of that at a later junction. All right. Was there anything else that folks wanted to do in Quent here?
Can I touch your butt? The GM's butt.
You don't need to do that in Quent. I mean, you can do that on the ship.
Understood. Okay.
You don't need to be in Quent for that. All right.
Gotcha.
All right. Well, in that case,
I was gonna say chaotic unless you wanted to do the thing on the boat.
It is up to you what specifically is going to happen and when and where. Because we're here for a whole week.
Mm-hmm.
So at some point during the week it can happen most likely after the stolen kisses bit. So
Yeah, I would like it. It's probably gonna end up happening during the week before they get back on the ship.
all right. Fair
So
enough.
if you would like to do that,
sure.
All right.
We can say maybe everybody was eating one night, possibly. I don't know. It's up
yeah,
to you.
and or maybe like Nagaina wolfed down her food and then she decided to go off on a
Bar
stroll.
hopping.
Yeah, well, maybe not bar hopping because they do get mad if we.
Yeah,
go,
you're not allowed to bar hop. You have to pick
not
one
allowed
and
to
stick with
cheat.
it.
No cheating.
Yep, no cheating. They don't like you sleeping around. Anyway.
Although Nagaina did
really?
drink at the House of
I highly doubt that.
Nagaina did drink at the House of Stolen Kisses. I don't know if that counts.
Well, that doesn't count because that's
You're
the
allowed
brothel.
to cheat with them.
Yeah, you're allowed to visit the brothel specifically for that.
Right. She went to the brothel and she enjoyed herself.
Yeah, exactly.
That's just Callistra worship.
Yeah, that's just Callistra.
There's nothing wrong about that.
Or what's his name worship? The god that was the. Oh my god! That's
Oh dear.
Jesus Christ.
God damn it.
Jesus Christ, Cygnus. I
Based.
adore you.
Based.
She hopes her
Alright.
boyfriend won't mind it.
What boyfriend?
Aldrin.
Children wishes.
He does wish. Why do you hurt his heart so? Anyway. All right. The floor is yours. So sometime during strolls in Quent, then.
Yeah, so I imagine it's more like she would run into him rather than go looking for him.
Okay.
I think that she's quite embarrassed about that situation and doesn't want to admit to it.
Perhaps this is while we're all shopping for Athena's things, and this happens to be, she's looking in one spot, I'm somewhere else, so I'm by myself
Yeah.
at the moment.
Yeah, and then she spots, Aesop. And she's probably got a couple of things in her arms by now, like in her pockets. And she catches sight of him, tries to sneak away before thinks that she's going to get away from him before he can see her. But I am not going to roll stealth for that. Because I imagine it's a bit too late for that.
Sure. At some point, I guess, looks as though perhaps his mask looks in your direction even if he doesn't necessarily notice you, who knows. So.
Right, and then she just kind of like... She's like, fuck.
Dives behind a barrel or something.
Yeah. Exactly that.
He'll walk up to said barrel, sort of look over said barrel. Nagaina, is everything alright? Just like leans over the top of it.
She's
I
clearly
thought I
trusted by
recognized
this.
I thought I recognized you. Yes, a goblin.
I'm perfectly fine. And she just like holds up the stuff that she's been buying for Athena. And
He's been buying things for Athena?
well, she's been like I guess that either he's getting stuff for Athena or like I don't fucking know. That was my assumption from what you said for like setting the scene. Sorry.
No, you're fine. I mean, if you wanted to be helping, I'm trying to think if he had actually told anybody yet.
Right.
I think
No, I don't think
they were doing the.
No, I'm sorry.
They were doing the. Folks know that they were doing an initiation, but.
Yeah, no, she's not.
As to
helping
her
with that.
name.
No, I don't think that she would help with that. But maybe she's like collecting supplies for the ship or something.
Yeah, doing stuff for the quartermaster.
Yeah. Giffer Tibbs asked her to
supplies
pick
for
up a
ship.
couple of things.
There you go.
Nope, I was just on my way down. And she gets up because seeing him, because I guess like she crouched behind the barrel, but then like he looked down at her and she just kind of fell backward a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So she like leaps to her feet. Nah, I was just going down this way, just to... And she points in that direction. It's pretty obvious. She doesn't know actually where the fuck that alleyway leads at all. But she's trying to make it out that she was going to head down that way to find a shop.
I do believe that there is a spice trader down that way. Were you picking up a few more things for Ryuuko in the kitchen? As he looks back to you. Of course, his mask meaning you can't tell any kind of expression.
Yeah, no, she can't see anything. Which she doesn't particularly like. She's just having to rely on his tone of voice completely. So... she looks up at him, and... the stuff in her hands is very clearly not stuff for the kitchen, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like... extra rope to like it's extra rope, it's stuff for the
oil, it's
yeah it's oil, it's shit to maintain the ship, it's all these like materials just to maintain like the crew's well-being and shit like that. That was my next stop.
Well, alright then. He cocks his head to the side very slightly.
I'll just be going that way now. And she just starts to like edge barefoot that like behind the barrel, but she bonks into another barrel. And just like glares at it like it just did her family a great disservice. And just mutters at it, fuck you.
Well?
Right.
I suppose you better go and get the things then. Yes?
Yeah.
Yes, the goblin.
Right. Right, yeah. Nagaina realizes in the middle of her sentence that she has no idea what Ryuuko uses to cook.
Oh no. Oh no.
Like meat and vegetables and stuff?
Spices.
Well, she doesn't have any idea what kind of spices Ryuuko uses. She'd probably like grab a thing of she'd probably grab a thing of ghost pepper powder or something.
Nice.
Oh.
And
Oh no.
she'd think it was paprika.
Close enough. I probably used that for a few of the spicier members.
But, you're not headed that way, are you?
I'm not entirely certain which way I'm heading. I'm more so looking for things for Athena. Yes. That would be her name now.
What would you do?
Well, I will introduce you to everything. Nilru is finished with her initiation. That is all.
Oh, that's who she is. She, like, raises her hand up way above her head, just gesturing about Nilru, like, now Athena's
Nilru height.
Height,
Mhm.
yes. Right. Well, you'd best be on your way then, right?
Of course.
I wouldn't. She's clearly not comfortable in his presence right now.
I will see you back aboard the Sirens then. We best get our work done, yes?
Yeah. Can't forget about that. And she, although she's like looking really evasive and like her eyes are darting this way and that, she's clearly not like actually thinking about going down that alleyway unless it's a way to escape. It's probably a dead end, honestly.
Well, then I will see you aboard the Siren, and then he'll go ahead and turn around and walk back off down the street.
Aesop!
He'll turn back around.
She stares at him for a second with her hand outstretched. She's still carrying, like, it's still got this bag clenched in her fist as she points at him.
Mm-hmm.
About the other day. And she clears her throat, kind of looks down, just kind of looks anywhere that's not his mask.
Anywhere not his face, yeah.
Yeah, right. About that. I didn't know.
Well, of course you didn't. Nobody did. You're already forgiven. There's no reason for me to hold any sort of, well, animosity of any kind. It's not something you would have known.
And she's clearly not used to being on the back foot here, and he's putting her even more on the back foot. She feels like she's against a wall right now. She can't quite get out the words, but...
Beat them down with kindness, apparently.
It kind of looks like she's about to say thank you for a second, like her mouth is making the shapes. Right. Great. Wonderful. I'll just be heading that way then. No hard feelings?
I will see you back aboard the Siren. And yes.
And she is still looking quite wide-eyed as she backs away so that she can get behind this other barrel instead of bumping into it again.
Instead of running into it.
And after that, after she like edges behind it, you can kind of hear the soft padding of footsteps as she sprints away.
She's a very curious one. Back to his work he goes.
Do-do-do-do-do.
Back to her work she goes.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
And if you want more aboard the ship at some point, just go ahead and ask. So
Yeah.
All right, good deal.
she can have her She can have therapy with Aesop next.
Yeah.
He was a doctor, not a psychiatrist.
He's
Well,
many things. Back in
Yes.
those days, doctors had to do everything.
He cuts everybody's hair. He checks everybody's health. Originally, he should have also been doing carpentry work. He wears many hats.
He
The barber doctor.
actually, legitimately, the reason you haven't had the penalties from not having a carpenter, additionally from having your carpenter's mates negate the vacancy penalty, is because you have your ship surgeon. It specifically has, if you have filled the surgeon role, the penalty does not apply.
Because he's helping with various tasks as well. He wears a lot of hats on the ship. He is very much the support officer.
Yep.
So
Back then, they had to do it all.
Yeah, they did.
that's part of the monthly checkups, is that everybody also gets their haircuts and trimmed and beards and all that.
Yeah.
Pulls out his big old scissors and just
Good deal.
and make sure they don't have lice and shit.
Good deal.
With his very capable hands.
His very capable hands. Anywho.
Right?
All right. Was there anything else y'all had in Quint specifically? Because I know we've done the calculations for selling plunder and everything like that. We did the recruitment. We did all the other selling stuff and all that. So all that's left is just roleplay stuff, and then we're on our way.
Yeah.
Sounds about right. Something I did forget to say as well that would have happened during the initiation, just as a side note, so people know,
Right.
right? Because it's part of the lore, that before Athena began her initiation ritual, that both Aesop and Anastasios would have used their signet rings to burn the picture of the ring on the inside of the mask.
Right. Yeah. I remember that.
That's all. Because I don't remember us saying that happens, but that was another thing that happened. So.
Yep. Yep.
Nice.
As like the double the double verification for that.
Correct.
All right. So with that, then slide on over to the ship and get the ship life music going. And with all that taken care of, we set sail.
Do we get control of our cohorts?
You do.
That's not a crew, that's a fucking
Okay.
army.
Yep, give me just a
What are we about to do? We need an army for what we're about to do.
Yeah. So viewers and Saphyrus.
You think all my roles been this whole time?
Viewers and Delilah.
Fish.
And then
We need cannon fodder. I mean, we need good members that won't die.
viewers and
Shifty eye.
If
So-
I have anything to say about it.
So, at that point,
I make
you should
haste.
have control over your cohort tokens as well. Go ahead and test those
Okay.
for me real quick.
Seems to be working.
Yep.
And I assume it's we control them in combat and you will control them in narrative?
Exactly.
Okay.
So you can choose to bring them along with you or not. But, yeah.
Makes sense to me.
Alright.
Yep.
And they level up in the same way we do? Or...
So they will... yeah, they will level up alongside you, provided your leadership score is high enough for it.
Yeah. Do you think it is?
I need to put down how many fucking bombs she has at level 5. bums are... How many of these motherfuckers is there? Where is it hiding? Class level plus intelligence, okay. So, 7.
Alright.
She'll have 7 uses of that.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, unless anyone has any specific reactions to Athena's return, otherwise we continue on.
Now there are 2 of them.
2 of them!
It's
And,
about man multiply.
It's like having rats aboard the ship. You have 1 and then suddenly 10 and then 100.
They reproduce by budding.
I mean, when Frieda first met you, she did think you were some kind of bird creature, and the mask was actually a part of your body.
It's not?
I mean, she still kind of believes it.
Yeah.
She hasn't seen it
I
in your face.
mean, have you met Aesop? I'm pretty sure he's a bird creature.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm actually a Tengu behind the mask. Don't tell
Yeah.
anyone.
The only thing I have to know that you're actually a human is your word.
Yep.
And I don't know how much I trust that.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I understand.
You won't show me your face.
Yeah. For a
So
good
I'm
reason.
assuming that the next step after Quent is Tidewater Rock, right?
Yep.
Yes. And just because I have been out of the loop as well, Tidewater Rock is a pirate base? Enemy pirate base?
So Tidewater Rock, let me get the lore that you guys already have for it. Give me a second. Tidewater Rock is excuse me. A keep on an island called Windward Isle. Let's see.
So there's a funny thought. Go ahead, you finish first.
I was just going to say, this keep, believe you've gotten the lore for this, is that it has been standing for about 200 years. The current owner of it was Iron Burt Smithy, but after his untimely passing, it fell to his widowed wife, Lady Agatha Smithy. So,
who is the current keeper of the rock?
She is indeed the current keeper of the lore.
And next on the hit list.
Especially if certain plans are going.
And as a thought, I guess, is there a chance we could see the map real quick? Because I thought of something,
yes,
and I just was
just a second
curious to bring it up to see whether or not anybody thought the same. Right? If we look at where Tidewater Rock actually is, it looks like it is the perfect sending point off towards Farhaven, which is probably why it's such an important spot to hold, because it has an entire nation of trade that it can essentially control from that place alone.
That location, this entire strait going up here. Let me zoom it out for the viewers as well.
Oh, maybe it controls to both.
Yeah, this
actually.
entire strait goes up. It is basically like the main strait for trade going
and
to
because
and
of the
from
Eye of
the north and
Vesmara,
south.
it's basically difficult, if not impossible, to go along the northern side of the islands. So you have to go the south way, which, of course, look who's in the way. So. Fair enough.
So Tidewater Rock not only provides a good vantage point, it also provides a good offensive point as well. So you can basically pick and choose your targets from that vantage point.
Makes sense.
Anywho. With that, you have... you set off from Quint. And... well, you know what? Begin your trek. Which way are you going?
couple of
Straight
more
line.
questions, I apologize, but I do believe that we had so Frieda
Hana had
has
a weapon
finished
kit, right?
with Frieda's finished with the sword, right?
Yes.
And Ryuuko
yes.
now has
Yes.
a sword. You are now currently working on my full pouch, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm trying to figure, since we'll have time, making a couple more alchemic items that I could put in that pouch when it's finished. So,
Well,
And,
it'll be finished in 11 days. That being said,
Gotcha.
how long is it going to take us to get to Tidewater Rock?
Well, it depends on which way you decide to go.
Okay.
Well,
Rough estimates, probably about at least maybe like a week and a half of sailing, depending on which way you go.
Okay.
okay.
11 days, would you say?
Possibly.
The question, because it's been just been a minute. Did Hana get her weapon finished?
She did.
Yeah,
yes.
I think
Okay.
we talked about that last time.
Yeah.
Okay,
Um,
couldn't remember.
No, it's all good. I don't think I told you guys that I gave it a name.
Ooh.
Stormcry.
Ooh.
Oh, that's
I love it.
appropriate.
Love it.
I like you.
We love that for you, Queen.
Yay.
Hi.
I do have a question with regard to planning our route. I know we've been checking on Harrigan basically every day that we've been here. What have his recent movements looked like?
He is currently docked in Port Peril from the looks of your map.
Okay. And before that, he was just sailing towards Port Peril, or...?
Yep, sailing towards Port Peril.
Okay. So he's probably recruiting again.
Yeah, air quote on those recruiting.
Recruiting. Yeah.
Even so, I'm still a little more on board for sailing eastward just to be on the safe
Agreed.
side.
Okay.
Yeah.
Definitely agreed.
Yeah.
All right. So, in that case, if you're sailing east, then let me get the days for this.
this is going to be some more questions too while you're figuring the sail. So once we're done with everything, I'll ask my questions.
Okay. Da, da, da,
Got just to sail around this massive island.
yeah.
Them damn otakus.
Large otaku.
Yeah. Big.
As if there's
otaku.
any other sort.
All right.
The second
so
you
it's gonna
quit
be
being an otaku, you just drop 200
5,
pounds.
6,
It's great.
7, 8. It will be 9 days of travel if you travel around the eastern side of the map of the island.
Damn it, not 11.
Right, so it'll be 2 days left by the time we get there.
Well, remember, we spent 9 days in port total.
Yep.
Does that affect your calculations at all?
yeah.
Yes, there's already a day on it. I'm trying to figure out how many days she started working on the sword almost immediately. Yeah. So
Yep.
yeah, she's already got a day on it. It's still 11 days.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Still
So,
11?
Yep.
Still 11 days.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Well, who knows? Maybe we'll have a convenient random encounter in the middle and buy
Perhaps.
ourselves some more time that way.
Knowing our Sahagin luck,
Hey,
What's the Hagens? We killed them all.
Mhm.
I
there's
mean,
still probably more.
Yeah.
Are
think it like
are
this.
Hagen just the drow of Pirate Campaign?
Yeah.
More like
They're
orcs.
sea goblins.
yeah.
More like
Perhaps.
orcs.
Yeah, they're more like sea orcs.
Yeah.
Well, that on top of everything else, we don't actually know if we're going to just attack immediately when we get there.
Exactly.
Yeah. So we gotta use the 9 days of travel to plan our course of action.
Yes, you
Yeah.
do.
Well, it's true. If we're going with the wedding plan, we're going to have probably more downtime while we set that up.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It also wouldn't be bad to try and do some form of reconnaissance.
That's true. That's true. Anywho,
It wouldn't be a
go
bad idea.
ahead. Let me go ahead and
We've
roll
still got
your
plans to
weather
make.
effects. Let's see
Oh,
here.
weather could slow us down too.
Weather. Let's see weather generators.
But could
here.
also speed us up.
It could.
That's true.
It could. Okay.
Spit.
And very conveniently, you have your very own meteorologist on deck.
The intern?
Yeah.
The intern, yes.
Yeah.
Unpaid intern.
Very well paid intern.
She's paid.
I don't know what to say.
Yeah, she's paid. Yeah.
Why do you guys keep calling me an intern? Is it
You
I
see,
didn't call you
it's-
an intern. I called you.
It's
paid.
Rumian.
God, that's...
I
It's
called you
Rumian
paid.
for.
I call you
I'm just gonna...
decent help.
Aw. I like that one the most. Yeah, if you need me to roll any form of navigation checks or geography checks or astronomy checks, let me know.
Will do. Let's see here. Generate weather. Let's see. Ah. So, what is your oh, excuse me. What's the spell that you use for predicting weather, right?
I believe it's read weather, which both me
Okay.
and Delilah, well, Delilah was mostly handling that, but yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, in that case, read weather. Severe winds with thunderstorm tomorrow.
Yay!
Yay. All right.
This is what sea life is.
Indeed.
This is what we chose when we became seamen.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Besmara sneezed, and the whole
Yes.
world trembles.
Besmara sneezed. It's probably I could probably be the book for this campaign. Besmara sneezed. All right. So sailing master, I need to make well, whoever's at the helm at this case, I need to make a sailor profession sailor check.
I technically am sailor master, but I'm not sure if I'm allowed at the helm.
I think that was Goody's job.
Yeah.
Goody, then. Sailor's check.
There we go then.
Sail the big old ship.
Pilates.
29.
29 is just fine. You're able to navigate it without issue. All right. Day
Question
3.
for the DM.
Uh-huh.
Full pouch says the object, the consumable alchemic item to use. Must be an alchemic item, not a dose of disease, poison, magic potion, or another type of consumable item.
All
I
right.
assume that last bit means as long as it's a consumable alchemic item, I could pull it out of the full pouch and it works. Does this include things like antitoxins, anti-plagues, and things like that? Because it says it's a consumable alchemic item. It doesn't say it has to do damage, it just says it's a consumable alchemic item.
Let's see. Not a dose of disease, poison, magic potion, or other type of consumable item.
So no diseases, no poisons, and no magic potions. So that means I can't throw like a Cure Light Wounds in there and then have infinite Cure Light Wounds. That's not how that works.
Right, right.
But it would include acid, alchemist's fires, antitoxins, soothe syrups, thunderstones.
Okay.
I don't think the Dreamer Star would count because I would say that's an herb and not a proper alchemic item. So I can't have infinite herbs, but I could have essentially infinite an item I make out of it.
Let's see.
As long as it's on the alchemical creations page, perhaps?
I would say as long as it's on the alchemical creations page, it should be okay.
And it's not an herb, like...
Yeah, and it's not
For
an
example, saltpeter, salt, black powder, there's a whole bunch of things at the top. Those are like herbs or reagents, not proper items.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay,
We want...
cool.
As long as it's not... as long as you don't abuse it for casting spells and shit like that, you should be fine.
It's not how...
You should be fine.
Giving everybody an infinite +5 circumstance on poison checks, but, you know, I still have to administer it, you know?
Yeah,
so.
exactly.
Yeah.
exactly. You have the items for administering such a thing.
Yes. Okay, cool. Just checking. So,
I do
'cause-
think Nagaina can't be poisoned, at least by herself. She can't poison herself.
She can't poison herself, but she can be poisoned by someone else.
Yeah.
It's just going to be very hard because she probably has a pretty good fort save.
She does.
Alright.
I'm trying to figure some items to make off of this list while we are traveling for these 9 days. Let's see.
Right. Next day is
I'm
clear.
cooking dinner.
As you passed by Lilywhite of all places, you see you just see the torches of the town just lit up as taverns are going, people are partying, things like that. Good times. All
The
right.
soft glow of civilization.
Yeah, the soft glow of civilization.
Yep.
All right.
Darkness
Goodness.
envelops the world in its Stygian embrace.
Mm-hmm. So
What-
that is 1, 2, 3, day 4,
Very
right
poetic.
here.
Saphyrus waxing poetic on board the ship.
Yeah.
I mean, as he is wont.
Mm-hmm. As he's wont to do.
He is literally just the class identification away from Bard.
Yeah. He is
Everything
barred in
but in
everything
name.
but yeah, everything but name. All right.
Bard Monero.
Okay, so this is going to be a good one to make, so I'll probably just have Athena help me with it this time, rather than having her try to make separate shit at the same time.
Right.
Because I can't be asked to try to remember all of this at the same time. So,
It honestly wouldn't surprise me if people in the towns thought he was a bard and not a summoner.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
There might even be some on the ship who don't exactly understand what Cubados is, who just think he's a bard.
Mhm.
Not even I know what I am.
They just think he has such good charisma that he managed to make friends with some sort of outsider creature.
Yeah. Are you sure you're not a bard?
Are you sure?
Right.
This is what happens when you're a bard IRL, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's why I changed. That's why I made it my name.
that doesn't have a craft DC. Fuck.
Yeah.
You should just get like a bardic performance.
Mm.
How the fuck are you supposed to get these things if you can't make them? That's stupid.
Or,
Someone else
sorry.
can make them, but you can't?
That's a good question.
That's very weird to me.
Yeah. All right.
Well, next time we stop, I'll just pick one of those up, because that would be very helpful.
Mm-hmm. All right. Day 5. Strong winds with thunderstorm once more. I need Goody to make me a profession sailor check.
Alright. Second verse, same as the first. 17 this time.
All right. So it's going to be half speed that day. Actually, no, that's
Oh.
half speed
More
that
time.
day.
Before we get too much further, I did have a question.
What's up?
Does anyone remember what this red X was on this island? Is that someplace we visited already, or was that?
Yes, that is a place where Harrigan stopped, I believe.
Yes.
He stayed
He was
there
there
for
for
a
like a-
certain amount of time.
Yeah, he was there for an oddly specific amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
And we wanted
since
to check
we're
it out
all in the
eventually.
area,
So we surmised.
do we want to check it out?
Would you like to?
Do we
I'm
want to do the
game.
rock first, or do we want to...
That is true. If we get more control of the area.
Yeah, it does give us leverage.
But it might be a cache of items that allow us to take the rock more easily.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. You're right.
Always side quest
Yeah.
first.
Besides, it's on the way, so.
Or it
In a
could be
sense, it's on the
something-
way.
We could always check it out. We could always check it
We
It
have
would also
a-
give more time for the bag.
Do we not have a device that functions as a scope but better?
This is true.
Far glass, perhaps?
Yep.
Yeah, you do.
I was gonna
Well-
say, at the very least, if there was enough majority interest, we could put that
Give
to
it a
use
little
from a
quick
distance. From a
Mhm.
Yeah,
distance,
sure.
yeah.
Sure, you could do that.
That being said, how many miles away is it? Because I seem to remember that there was a range on what the thing could
Yeah,
actually
you would
do.
have to.
Basically, still be in the same hex, I think.
Yeah, you'd have to be in the same hex.
Okay. Well, I'd be happy to scout it out when anybody's ready to give me the go-ahead.
Yep. It'd be 2.5 days travel.
Well, and if we're already running into thunderstorms south of the Isle, it makes sense to
Yeah.
change course.
Might as well.
It does. Yeah.
Yeah. Just avoid the risk of hitting a fucking island,
Right. Just
Not
go all the way
ideal.
around.
Yeah. All right. Is that anyone all in favor?
I'm good for
Works
it.
for me.
All in
All
favor?
I need is to go ahead
No
and
objections.
make a check for the first couple of days to make some items.
All right. This
I'm on board
additionally,
to scoop out.
this will additionally give Frieda a couple of extra days for her thing as well. So, day 1.
Day 2.
Doo-hoo.
She does have a very keen interest
Day
in looking
three.
into Harrigan's shit.
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah.
see here.
Doo-hoo.
What the fuck am I looking for? Should be that I get to add my level on top of my craft alchemy for crafting, and then she can't fail. So,
Mhm.
if she can't fail, I'll get an extra +2 on top of that. The first thing I'm trying to make off of the list is alchemic cement. So,
Cement?
yeah, alchemic cement.
Nice.
Unlimited bricks.
Unlimited.
That's all.
All right. That's
So,
cement.
So you're just
Das-
out here playing Minecraft.
That's
now,
concrete,
understood.
baby. All right. And day 2.5 will see you arriving just a decent way off the coast of this island. And Hana, go ahead, roll me a perception check using the far
I
glass.
can do that.
craft DC of the cement is 15.
33.
All right.
I need to pay a
This-
third of it.
This appears to be what remains of a fishing village.
Ah.
So maybe he was there
Hearing-
for an unusual length of time because he was busy killing everything.
And
Peering-
or
yeah,
doing
additionally,
exactly how
peering
we got
into-
there.
Peering into the far glass, just getting a survey of the area, there is nothing there except like burnt ashes of what remained of the buildings. So it looks like what happened here was not only did he collect the people from this village, but he left nothing behind for anyone who wanted to see what happened here.
Yeah.
Jesus.
He did what happened to us again, but he
Yes.
raised the village they came from.
Yes. To make sure they had nowhere to return to.
I guess he didn't want to repeat the same mistake as us. We had too much to live for.
Yeah.
Are you relaying this?
Yeah, are you?
Well, first, I'm gonna do one thing, since this thing has the ability to activate clairaudience, clairvoyance, just to make absolutely sure that there's nobody hiding in the rubble or anything. She's gonna cast that and see if she picks up any sign,
All right.
any sign of life.
You will hear the wind. And that's it. The rustling of trees occasionally. You might see, like, a rat scurrying around the ruins, but there is nothing there.
I hate him so much.
Yep. She will grip the far glass a little tighter, close it, and go and tell Saphyrus first and determine whether he wants to share it with the rest of the crew. So I don't know if that'll take us into the cabin, or if you just want me to approach you at the tiller. But,
Slide on in over here.
Okay.
1 day of crafting is enough to get the alchemic cement.
Nice.
Divide by 7, right? So.
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, definitely enough. I'm sorry, continue.
If you are looking for anything else useful to do with your time, see if you can figure out any sort of alchemical ammunition for the catapults and the ballistae. Because that could come in handy, and if you have the time, it would be awesome.
Can I draw that out of a full pouch? Can I fit a big-ass ballista bolt in there?
Not quite.
So yes, anyway, taking Saphyrus by the arm and pulling him into the cabin, she is going to be rubbing her mouth and looking intensely distressed.
Well, drag me in here one-on-one. Must be something important.
Yeah. I wanted to make sure that you knew first, just in case you decided the crew didn't need to know. He burned a village to the ground. There's nothing left. No body, not one timber standing on top of the other.
Well, hold that thought. Can't that thing pick up like noises from a distance too? Maybe you.
I checked. Just wind and sand.
Bastard.
Yeah. But you see why I wanted to talk to you first.
Yes. He's he cycles through about three different appearances of pondering, and looking like he's trying to say something else, but it looks like he's trying to like figure how he wants to ask. Let's figure out how he wants to say next. And eventually he says, in that case, can I ask you something then? Do you think the direction we're sailing at the moment is going to be any different? We are effectively going to be claiming someone else's home, no matter which direction we plot.
The difference being that they're players in the game. They're not innocents. They're taking toll from ships. They're active in the affairs of pirates. They knew what they were getting into.
Fair point. Hard to see through the veil of, well, what's been brought to light.
I know.
It is the whole reason we're doing what we're doing, so we can get into a position of power where that can happen a lot less. That being said,
if
I think
you
I
need...
may... Oh, go ahead.
No, sorry. If you need a guiding light for this, think about all of the slave trade that they've let go. All the depredations that they've allowed to happen in the lands they've claimed. We are better than that, and we will make this place safe.
Perhaps even location to rebuild after a time, he says, probably looking out the cabin window towards the direction of the ruins.
She follows his gaze, but doesn't say anything else.
I'll tell them, but not right away.
It'll give them a reason to hate him when we eventually come face to face.
Yes, and for the moment, perhaps he's not going to be our enemy at Tidewater Rock. At least, not as far as I'm aware.
He's always the enemy, but he's elsewhere on the board.
When we have this place to ourselves, I'll give them reason to hate. We'll give them the reason to hate, yes?
Anything you need.
That's some tasty in character roleplay there.
Well, let's say we get back on course, eh?
I'll man the tower. Is there anything else that you need? Are you alright?
How about this time I posit that to you, Hana?
It could have been us. With that, she shrugs and steps out.
Then let's use our gift wisely, he says as the door closes.
She waves over her shoulder, but does not stop moving.
All right. All right. So we'll slide on over here. And for those of you who weren't in that conversation, will notice that despite the discussions for taking out what could have been a hideout of Harrigan's, ship starts. You get the order to start sailing away.
Interesting.
Have nothing specific to say, other than noting that perhaps they thought there was nothing of worth to search for.
And I think Delilah nor Frieda
I
have
trust
enough
their
context
judgment.
to.
Sorry, what
make
was
a-
that? What was that, Ebony?
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say. Well, dare to say that maybe Delilah and Frieda have like enough context to make a like an assumption.
Judgment. Yeah.
Yeah,
a
judgment.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. Frieda probably has an idea, but she's waiting for the captain's explanation.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
They will tell me when it's my
So-
time to know.
So this
Captain's
is
prerogative.
Trust them.
this is day 8 of your travel right here.
All right.
So
And Harrigan's on the move.
1 day to make the cement, 2 days to make that. Okay.
If possible, I would maybe like to get to
2,
speak with Saphyrus
3, 4, 5.
at some
Okay.
point.
Okay.
I've done 5 days of crafting so far. If we're going to day
Nice.
8, I'm going to roll 3 more times. So
all right.
let me go ahead and do that. 1, 2,
So
3. Okay.
So, according to your new calculations, it will take you 4 more days of travel from this point to reach Tidewater Rock on the morning of the 5th day. So, this will actually give Frieda enough time for her crafting checks.
That it will on the last
the
day
full pouch.
before we reach.
Yep.
Gonna be
All right.
420 out of 1500.
All right.
Then the next one is 37 times 25 divided by 7. Added 420.
Plays it.
552.
Mhm.
And the next one was 45
All right.
times 25 divided by 7 plus the 552. 712 out of 1500.
All right. On this day,
That's
Saphyrus.
8 days of total crafting.
Nice. So, Saphyrus, I need you to make me a sailor check.
All right.
You hit light rain. I'm so sorry. Half speed
happens.
that day. Half speed that day. It's
Someone
Got-
slipped on the deck, and we had some.
yeah.
Yeah.
I had to wrap
Ryuuko-
that leg
OSHA
up.
come out.
A
Yeah.
line broken had to be replaced.
Yeah, line broke had to be replaced.
Yeah,
et
I
cetera.
can't prep these things.
Yeah, yeah. It's just one of those things. All right.
How many more days do we have before we get to Tidewater?
That one was day 10. So 48, 96.
2 more days.
2 days, and then you'll get there evening of the 3rd day here.
So that's enough time for 3 more crafting checks.
Yeah, that's enough time for 3 more
Mhm.
crafting checks.
Still
And
good
if
enough
we
to make
anchor
progress.
at least- if we anchor at least 10 miles out, then the fog glass can't see us.
Yeah.
So we can at least plan our next course of action from there before we enter the final stretch.
Yeah, true. All right.
Mhm.
So that's going to be next day here. Clear skies. Whee! We'll go ahead and pop you right there. And then next day, another set of clear skies, calm waters as you're closing in.
And I believe on this day, Frieda will bring you your newly formed pouch.
Woo!
Me and Athena are down there. There are everything's just bubbling away merrily down there as they seem to be working on
Oh,
several
yeah.
different projects at the same
Yep.
time. You see
Yep.
a little almost like a little paper, probably like a paper surrounded bit of powder that seems to be done, a couple of vials of some kind of like a clearish, very slippery liquid of some kind, and currently they're working on something.
Mm-hmm.
Several
As-
different things that are bubbling, creating new things, different colors, everything. Just it's a workshop. So
She
of course,
Hear me
to be fair,
downstairs playing with my crab.
to be fair, you were probably in the room, so you would see everything we were doing.
In the
So-
room where
Even
it
so,
happens.
Pressing the door open to see all of it.
even so, whether she was like in there or not, she still eyes it all very curiously. Looking at the glasswork and the bubbling vials and the strange pigmented liquids, things like that. She eyes it all kind of not. She doesn't seem to have any academic background from what you can tell. So this is all very interesting to her. She does have a very magical background, so I think you could kind of see her trying to make sense of it in her head.
I'm gonna write this on my sheet with how far it's completed for now because it won't be done. So
Fair enough.
Well, this is certainly a kind of magic that I am very not used to. Anyway, your pouch.
this, my dear, is most certainly a different kind of magic. Yes, it is. Yours is. You said once again. You said has come from the spirits, correct?
That is correct. The spirits, the stars, and all those in between.
what those from my area of the world would call divine magic. That which comes from your belief. Or perhaps from the gods themselves. Perhaps both. This is arcane science. Very similar to that which a wizard would do, but not quite so flashy.
Cold, hard, concrete science, baby.
Sounds right.
Well, it is interesting because I have seen something similar, though not nearly as precise.
Oh?
Back in my tribe, there was this one member who engaged in the arcane arts, as you call them. And what he would do is he would mainly perform works like you do. He would boil liquids, but he would do so in a cauldron.
A useful tool when necessary if you're, well, boiling water or cooking something, I suppose. The reason why we use the vials and the glass the way we do is because what we are doing is separating materials.
Mm-hmm.
I see.
It's a bit.
Say, for example, the drinks that we tend to serve, watered down ale, right? There are materials of many kinds in there, one being the alcohol, the ale itself, the other being the water. But if you were to watch, you would see, I'm pretty sure I have this right, I'm pretty sure alcohol has a lower boiling point than water does. So,
It does. I do know
so
that.
what he would say is, water forms the bubbles and boils once you have a certain flame to it. But if you lower the flame, you lower the heat. You can bubble out the alcohol, the ale solution, and leave the water intact.
And thus divides their spirits.
Correct.
You are very smart, both of you. Much like the man from my tribe. But, I think his way of working was a lot more, experimental. You seem to know everything you're doing.
Well,
Sometimes he told me he didn't.
well, I would not deign to think that I know everything that I am doing, but I know enough to make what is needed, shall we say. In fact, currently, here we have, here, he's going to take the pouch, he's going to put it on his side, and he's going to start taking a couple of things off of his bandolier, put them in there.
As you do, you'll note that you've probably seen Valen work on some of his magical items since he had similar feats. This, where his kind of arcane magic was very similar to yours, precise and ordered. Hers is definitely seems to be a lot stranger. This bag is probably made of bones, feathers, fur, things like that.
Has a couple little runes written on it somewhere.
Yeah.
Little
Things
runes
like
that glow whenever the magic works. It goes "Wah," every time.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah.
So
Anyway,
what he's
continue,
going to do is he's going to test it by opening it, taking out an antitoxin. The little bag glows. He looks perfect. Works exactly as intended. I appreciate it. Do you know how much material this is going to save us?
I assume quite a bit, judging by this room.
Yes, well, you were the one making it, so you understand well enough that it will create simulacra of the items that are placed within. Only things made from my profession, mind you, but that simulacra is more than potent enough to do the same as the original.
Then in that case, I am glad to have been of service, and I have done my task. Now I will leave the more, what's the word you used? Scientific, preparations to you.
And you will find your investment to be quite useful. Currently, Asina and I are working on what one could call a fire gel. Using bits from fire elementals and things along those nature, we are able to help produce a skin ointment of sorts that would provide protection against fire. And with the pouch, plenty enough for everyone to go around.
Interesting.
Although the process is quite lengthy, seeing as some of the processes involve getting a hold of the fire elemental dust, which is a task in and of itself.
That is so very impressive. One day, you will have to share me the story of how you actually came to learn all of this.
There is quite the story there, let me tell you, but when you have time to sit, perhaps over some tea, we could always talk. To be fair, I've been cooped up down here for so long, I think I'm forgetting what the sun looks like.
I would like that. I have seen you perform checkups on the other crew. It would be nice to chat with you, learn more about you, and why you both wear those strange masks.
She says, looking at you, and now looking at the back
The
at
half.
Athena.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Suddenly, like, just kind of noting that there has been a change there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, perhaps after our deal with the rock, perhaps we could find some time.
Perhaps so. Anyway, I will leave you to your works.
And she performs a polite bow and takes her leave.
A nod of the head and back to work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There we go. Divine casters and arcane casters working in
Yeah.
harmony.
And as she leaves, Athena turns to look at you. Aesop. Very interesting. You picked her up on that island that we were on during our search for Captain Redclaw's treasure, right?
Yes, we happened to find her under assault by Sahagin, of all things. Seems that she walked here off of fucking... We were just talking about him.
She just walked here off of a fucking
Off
Arrogance.
Sahagins' ship. And when I say walked, I legitimately mean she walked on the water. That's a fascinating ability.
Wouldn't be surprised if she was similar to the chieftains from my tribe. A lot
Do
of
they have the
similar,
ability to walk on water?
not directly, but a lot of similar spirituality about them. I noticed a lot of similarities between her and my chieftain. But story for another day.
Those of tribal magics, I imagine, would have similar abilities, yes. That which is more intuitive and innate and instinctive, rather than that gained through rational thoughts and research.
Right. Which, I think I'm taking a bit more to this, as she holds, just does like a spin around with, will look to be her own homemade explosive materials.
Oh, yes. The bombs.
The bomb.
I must admit, there's always a tingle when you get to see your creation working as intended.
Mm-hmm. And she'll swivel back around and get right back to it.
Cool.
All right. So, is there, clapping my hands here, any further roleplay between the crew that you would like to do, any of you, before we get to Tidewater Rock?
I imagine the officers might want to chat out our plan. That would probably be a good idea.
I think
Mhm.
that
Uh,
would be a good
There
idea.
was one thing I wanted to do.
Oh.
We'll get to that.
All right.
Yes, I also wanted to, like, when possible, just catch Saphyrus and, like, when he's not doing anything in particular.
Also, just to double check, we still have Inkskin down in the downstairs.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
Yes, you
Yeah,
do.
we are handing her off to the pirate king.
Yeah.
Once we're
I
the
will
leader.
assume that it is my duty to sit there and care for her as the prisoner.
Probably.
So I probably
yeah.
sit there and go down and feed her soup because we're not letting her
Well, I
hands
mean-
go. She's a spellcaster. You don't let their
Yep.
hands go. So.
Yep.
I usually let her, like, I set the soup next to her, waiting for you to feed it to her, while I just sit there and play with my crab and stare at her.
Mm-hmm.
When she wakes up.
And then I say the thing of, like, I can't wait till you eat my enemies. Glare.
We're also going to spend 10 more gold pieces and recreate one more alchemical healing syringe back to my full. There we go.
All right. Good deal.
That'll be during one of those days.
Good deal. All right. So, there was Delilah and Saphyrus then. We'll go ahead and run through that one, if y'all are good for that.
Which one?
Delilah and Saphyrus had a little roleplay
Okay.
thing.
Okay.
So, yeah, I wanted to, like, maybe catch Saphyrus whenever he's, like, alone or, like, on the dock or something.
Sure, maybe we're like setting off, like stopping for the evening. And he enters his cabin. So
Then just gonna, like, knock over. Hey, Captain.
Entrez-vous.
Thank you. Sorry to bother you. I just wanted to, before, after a while of traveling in, now that we're heading to, potentially dangerous place, I just wanted to get a bit of time to maybe get to know my, crewmate a little bit more, if you don't mind.
Sure, I've got a little time to spare. Have a seat. Just sort of charting a plan for tomorrow for the most part. But sure, come on in.
Thank you. Well, mostly I have been noticing that, well, I hope it doesn't come as an insult or anything, but you don't feel like a pirate group. Like, sorry, let me rephrase that. You don't feel like the typical pirate group one would expect dealing with.
Oh. I can take that as a compliment. I suppose that depends on what your opinion of a typical pirate group consists of.
Well, I always got mentioned that pirates were ruffians, just people that went around depriving others of freedom in favor of their own liberty. People reckless and...
Perhaps the more greedy sort, yes. And those tend to be tales of those types tend to spread around like wildfire the most because they're the most dangerous. They're the ones that are after number one. Meanwhile, for us, certainly we'll take what we want and plunder what we please, but at the same time, we don't really feel a need to, execute innocents or the like. But, we're a very complicated and colorful group, we are. I will grant you that.
that I can tell. And
No
speaking
one
of,
is. But what? At our core, just at the core of our stew is that no one should be in shackles. It's as simple as that, really.
and she's gonna like put her rest her head against her hand with her elbow on the table. Shackles and So, pardon if it's an incorrect assessment, but would that be the same idea that brought a man like you into the ocean?
Make me a sense motive check, Ebony.
Quick aside between that, Wooten, I forgot about my swift alchemy, so I do have the fire gel finished.
Oh, excellent.
Character sheet open.
I can do things in half the time, so.
Hell yeah.
Sense motive. Oh, I don't have anything on that. Okay. Oh no, wait,
Well,
no, that's my other. No, that's
And
my
I
other
had a-
sheet.
I had a question in the chat for you as well, so while they're doing
Alright.
that.
There we go. I actually have sense motive. Plus.
I would say.
No, shit, now. Well, D20 plus 26.
Yeah, you're gonna definitely see a bit of a little twitch in his brow when you phrase it that way, and he will respond. Perhaps not quite in the literal sense, but you could say you may surmise as much in the figurative sense.
Sorry if it's a sensitive subject. It's just that I am
No
quite.
offense taken.
If you don't mind asking a bit further, I see the way you carry yourself around, and trust me, I have been around all sorts of noble men all of my life. I can spot one when I see him. It's just that it's fascinating. Just have someone of your I just lost the word. Portent is a word. Yes.
Portent.
Portent tends to mean almost like a sign or an auspicious
No.
future
it's not the
thing.
word.
I think is what portent means. Are you
Stature
meaning stature?
Thing.
Yeah.
The stature, yeah.
of your
What-
stature and in terrain such as these.
Well, I was raised in a seaside city, coupled with the fact that I would sometimes be how do I put this? My family was in the trades, you see, and sometimes when I was younger, I would be taken aboard sorted ships for inspection or whatever the business runners were doing, and just something majestic about about seeing so many different ships of all shapes and sizes entering and leaving port. And it was given my situation, I always had a sort of admiration for it, and maybe fueled by maybe had a little fueling of adventure from all the operas my family would attend. But,
Would I be able, out of character, would I be able to maybe assess just by Saphyrus's, like what you were mentioning, or maybe your like features, anything like
disposition.
yeah, like what kind of family, what kind of or if I have heard anything.
Go ahead, roll me a knowledge nobility check if you have that.
I do.
Okay.
I don't have ranks, but I can do them untrained because I have dilettante.
Hey, let's see it.
So it's just intelligence in this case,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Okay.
Alright.
Oh,
He's from across the sea. You don't know all that much about them there Kyonin folk.
yeah, makes sense because I'm from
Yeah,
Narr'tor.
yeah. If he was from Naya or anywhere on that side of things, you might have just a slight idea. But across the sea, no way.
You are, well, same goes for your career, but you are quite fascinating people, I would say. And
I appreciate that. I enjoy being fascinating. I also like discovering fascinating things. For instance, he leans forward with an elbow on the table, rests his chin on his hand. You're from Naya, aren't you?
I?
What's that place like? When I was leaving home, that was one of the places I considered running off to. I heard you really know how to party over there.
Well, if you have heard anything from Valen, which I'm pretty sure you might have, it is...
A bit, but he was a bit of a stuffy lad, but I feel like he only had so much to tell, and the really fun things were too embarrassing to share. Does that make sense?
The funny thing, Delilah, that's only half true. You know for a fact. Chances are Valen was probably just trying to keep up the appearances of very much not indulging in those parties.
Oh, is that what he said? Not to call him a liar, but I do have...
Liar.
But I do have quite some interesting stories to tell about him.
I knew he was a stick in the mud! Go on!
Oh, no. Well, yes, but... He did his best to partake whenever available. We do have I have stories to tell about this fascinating man from across the sea that that started with us every now back in Naya. I believe his name was Jeremiah? No. Jerry.
Just Jerry.
Just Jerry.
It's strange. My it's funny. My make another sense motor for me, please, real quick.
Hell yeah. Let's see it.
Oh no! Okay,
Oh
so
yes.
You're gonna see a little bit of a bashful expression on his face, which is kind of rare outside the presence of Ryuuko as he's thinking about this. And
Right, when we're together, it is very bashful.
But he's like, he tries to hide a little bit of it, and he says, it's strange. My sister had a little fling with a gentleman with that name once.
He did mention that he was not from Naya nor Narr'tor, so... pardon, where you say your family hails from?
Berenice.
Go ahead and roll me another knowledge nobility check, Delilah.
Hmm.
$16 on the die. Plus 2, 18. Now that he mentions Berenice, that does narrow it down a bit. You're not Are you, has Saphyrus told you his last name?
Not Delilah. Delilah knows him as Storm Tamer.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That does narrow it down to the...
He's from one of them snooty families.
One of them snooty families. I don't... Delilah would... It would like snap to her... the forefront of her attention. I don't know the noble house names of Berenice off the top of my head. Guti, are you able to provide those?
I have a doc somewhere, yes. Let me pull it up real quick, excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
How dare you not do your homework and come prepared for a random conversation?
Well, one of the names that you would absolutely know would be Pronemia.
Yep.
Since one of them lords over Narr'tor.
Mm-hmm.
What are some of these other ones? There's the Castlanters, the Ashworths.
Yeah, I know.
Well,
I know that one.
Well, would she know the Ashworths, or how long ago was the thing?
Well, that's the thing. The Ashworths had been ruling for
okay,
centuries,
so probably still
generations.
Okay. Yeah,
there's the
people know that they exist.
Yeah.
Depending on news cycles, people might not even know that they're gone.
There's the Von Paschals, there's the Westergaards, the Ortrudas.
Oh, wait, Berenice. So
some of the major ones.
Yeah.
So you hail from where House Bernemia is from?
That I do. His big name. His name is also spreading like wildfire.
Isn't elf character? Isn't like now? That is the last name of Ragnael, right?
Yes. Yep.
Yes.
That is
and
Ragnael,
he's the Marquis of Narr'tor,
Marquis of Narr'tor. Yep.
One of the biggest names and rulers
Wait,
in
is he a
Narr'tor now.
Marcus or is he a Margrave?
Marquis, Margrave, I think both names are used.
Margaret.
Stop calling me Margaret!
Margaret.
Jesus Christ.
And stop being named Margaret.
Margarita.
If
Give
Don't
me
mind
one
if I do.
margarita.
you see, if Scythius were still alive and still a character that we engaged with, that would be something he would definitely engage with.
Calling you Margarita.
Margarita.
Just Margaret.
Yeah, Margaret.
My stars. So, pardon the sudden. You're not related with the Marquis of Narr'tor.
Oh my
are you?
goodness! No. Oh no! If I shed blood with that family, it would end with me with a tied rope and a noose.
But going back to your question, Naya is just all around beautiful, if I may toot my own horn, filled with knowledge, magic, art. Have you ever heard of the tale of the heroes of Narr'tor, actually?
We've heard stories about it. Yes, it was actually a calamity of 50 years ago or so.
That was
Right.
Yeah.
One of the champions actually hails from Naya.
Still alive, actually.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, he looks as young as he did.
Oh, he's still alive, right?
Yep.
They live as long
Yep.
as elves.
Yeah.
He
Ambassador
will be around for like another 200-300 years.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Ambassador Corlin, man.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Like most of the other champions are dead or close to it because they live human lives, not him. He'll be around for a long ass time.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I wanna
The
meet-
ambassador of Naya.
Oh. Yes, he was like a. Let's see, among the heroes, he was one of the mages or something, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm. Actually, he used one of our people's traditions, which is the water singing.
Water singing.
Mm-hmm.
Be like, water comes out of your mouth, or how's that?
Well, as Undine, water comes out of our bodies regardless. But no, it's school of magic, specifically of art magic. I am not quite acquainted with it myself. I was more of the religious studies, but perhaps one day we could sail down to Naya, and I could take you to top performance.
Mm-hmm. In fact,
Denial all the
Delilah.
fucking way across the ocean.
In fact, Delilah, you know this in particular because your father studied water singer as a bard before leaving Naya.
Mm-hmm.
So where does this? Where does the water come into the singing? Is what I'd like to know.
Does it sound like you're waterboarding yourself?
No. Well, if I could ask my father about it, he would gladly give you a lecture about the whole intricacies of water singing. But, he's missing, and hence the whole reason I am in the ship.
He's missing.
Mhm.
Hmm.
He left on his own volition, as I would like to think, but no warning and no advice. So
I'm sorry to hear that. What that being said, how did someone like yourself end up in the territory of an elder black dragon like Ithara? Seems like that seems like an enormous leap from one thing to another.
Well, you see, the thing is that when I decided to make my way to look for him, I had the idea that I would follow what you could say whatever hints fate would give to me. Not needing to eat, not needing to sleep, really. Letting yourself swim with the currents sounded like a good idea at the time. And eventually, the wrong current took me to the lair of this dragon.
And someone like him let you live. Why?
Wouldn't wait he let me leave, I forgot.
So he let you live because you agreed to serve him for however long he desired. He let you live in exchange for supplication.
Like beg him to live.
Well, she probably didn't beg him to live.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
He found her. Yeah. No. He found her interest. I imagine she told him her story, and then he found it interesting that she let fate carry her to him, and so he let her serve under him for a time.
Well, the dragon seemed to be fascinated by my logic, and as long as I was useful to him, he would allow me to live. I will say, though, that my logic might have not been the best at the time, and I wouldn't recommend the experience.
Oh, I can understand that sentiment.
And out of character, yeah, pretty much you floated the whole way from Naya to where you found her.
Mm.
And he didn't have much reluctance to let you travel with us, but we've been glad to have you all the same.
Well, of course, Captain the Canteen the Storm would make even a dragon yield. I'm just gonna wink at him.
Oh yes, he yielded to me. He's...
I'm gonna let this ride for as long as I can.
I sure showed him.
Of course, he did. But, well, if anything, I am thankful for saving me from that dragon, and, you know, I'm happy to be serving in a place with such colorful characters, and some more fascinating than others.
Yes, we've got a good spread across all our ships right now, I'd say. Just hoping with what's to come, we're able to keep it all intact.
Aye. Oh, and if it's not much to ask, I haven't asked actually. You have not heard or crossed paths with an Undine gentleman, right?
With what, Ebony? I didn't hear the last part.
An Undine gentleman.
Undine.
Heard you were talking shit. Kidding.
Nothing comes to mind in particular. Is there anyone that we might have crossed paths with, Wuten?
No.
Okay, I hadn't thought as much. It's not aside from not aside from yourself and perhaps a couple other passing others on our stops, but no one specific comes to mind, I'm afraid.
Well, I thought of that. It wouldn't be that easy as finding just a ship.
Well, if we pick up any intriguing leads, you'll be the first to know.
Thank you. And I hope that our trip to Tidewater Rock is a fruitful one without any casualties. At least I'll try to make sure that that's the case.
Likewise. I need you at your best.
Just gonna stand up. Have a good night, my captain. It was a pleasure to get to know more of you.
You as well. Sleep well, Delilah.
Just gonna leave the quarters.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then... and so there was that one. And then there was... Frieda, you had something, right?
Yes, I had something a little narrative.
Okay.
So, with the captain's permission, the day before we reach Tidewater Rock,
Okay.
we don't exactly have the plan fully cemented yet, but what she will do, regardless, is we are going to a form of battle, so Frieda would like to do something from her culture for the ship.
All right.
I was just discussing in DMs with Chaotic, who said he might be able to make me some face paint
Ooh.
as a byproduct from one of his experiments.
Ooh.
So what Frieda would like to do is she would like to go around the entire crew, officers, everyone, and she would like to offer to say a sort of a a prayer of protection from her gods,
Okay.
and also offer some war paint
Ooh.
Yes.
if
Yes.
they accept it.
All right.
Ain't me.
Absolutely.
Make it.
Ooh, excellent. But yeah, she will go. She will go around and do that for the entire crew with the captain's permission, of course.
This is probably a fitting thing for that. And if there's any like narrative specific things you would like to do with any of the specific crewmates, feel free to do so.
She will just go around and offer it as it's needed, explaining that it's not any kind of true magic, but it is a prayer for their safety and for their victory.
Most,
And-
if I was just going to say most, if not all, will accept, except for the non-combatants who will be staying back for this battle.
Working on the ship.
Yeah, they'll be below decks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she will just go around every single crewmate, and those who will accept will find that she then begins saying some prayer in a language you probably don't understand, to my knowledge. I think you can all guess what language it is.
I'm assuming giant.
Yes.
All right.
So if anybody understands giant, it's a very rare language, actually, funny enough.
Yeah. Don't
So
see many giants.
there are actually a couple who, when you start your prayer, will perk up their ears in. Yeah, there's a couple.
Interesting.
Just a couple.
I imagine the dwarves, possibly.
Specifically, let me grab.
I like your words, pretty woman.
I like your pretty words, Magic Man. Specifically, Big Dom.
Nothing bad ever happens to the Kennedys.
Nothing bad. Oh God. Specifically, Big Dom will pick up on. His ears will perk up when you start speaking giant.
Okay. Well,
Maybe he comes from the north.
he, what he will find that she is speaking a prayer from protection from multiple different gods. Those gods, namely being the names Morvarg, Seorsa, Kjelfrid, and Sigrida.
I like it. All right. Okay.
So I don't know whether Athena accepts, but Aesop is going to politely decline to take off his mask, and and also doesn't want it drawn on his mask either.
Yeah.
So
Athena as
She
well.
will nod understandingly.
Spiritual
I
ask for.
accept.
Spiritual ask for. Be okay with a little bit of it. Just make sure, just a little on the cheeks to highlight my eyes.
Go ham.
Get some
Do it all.
eyeliner.
Betos wants ham though.
Oh yeah,
just put ham on his cheeks.
she'll make sure to give you something that's very complimentary to your looks. And she
I'm
leans
sure a
in
little
and
bit of
just
charcoal
gives him a
powder
face.
works very well as well. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, go
Oh,
full
yeah.
visual K on him,
Just give him a whole makeup makeover.
right?
His entire face is blue. No.
As for Ryuuko, you just plant your entire hand on her face.
Oh yes, please.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, she just dips her whole hand in it and just like cups your cheek.
That's cute.
Okay.
Yeah.
Aw.
Wonderful.
There you go. And yeah,
And
she will.
sorry, go ahead.
No, go on.
I wasn't sure what you were going to do next, so you go ahead first.
I am well. If it wants you to be next, I'm not doing it in any major order.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, if she's going around and doing everyone, Nagaina is going to T-pose in front of her and be like, any exposed inch of flesh is like, paint me.
Paint me.
Valid.
Make me one of your art pieces.
Paint me
Well,
like one of your
she thinks
Etoilet
that
girls.
She doesn't understand what's happening, but she's like, "You do this in preparation for war, right? I want to be badass too."
All right, yeah,
I love it.
you're getting lots of it. You're getting the full face paint and some
The
nice lines
swirls
going.
on the arms.
Mhm.
You basically look like a sylph.
Full fucking woad. Let's go.
Wood paint, go!
Yeah. So I guess my only question is, does Frieda notice that big Domenico? He seems to understand.
Go ahead and roll me a sense motive check.
Okay. Thought you'd never ask. 26.
Yes.
She will look up after she finishes her prayer and she says, in Giant,
You understand this tongue?
So he will respond in half orc. Or, well, he'll respond in orcish. Frieda, do you speak orcish by chance?
I do.
Okay. It is an old tongue. I haven't heard it in many years. But I do understand it. I can't speak it. My tongue doesn't cup the words well enough. But I understand and accept your words, and I thank you for your blessing.
It is very interesting. You know, if you would like to learn how to speak it properly, I think I could probably teach you.
I would very much like that. Look at this
I shall make sure to do so.
this absolute fucking hunk of a man.
The meat mansion.
Meat mansion.
Meat manch. No, that's Holdren.
Oh,
Well, Frieda is 5'8", so how much height does he have on her?
At least a foot. He's a half orc.
Yeah, big boy.
Heavy
Ooh.
Holder has his own area code, though.
Yeah, Holdren has his own area code.
That's fine. Yeah, she will smile and perform a polite bow.
I am glad that it has brought you some comfort.
I only hope that we can all get through this conflict in one piece.
I will ensure that the spirits hope for the same. If you don't mind me asking, where do you hail from? I did not know there were other places in the world that knew the giant tongue.
My people were once from the Skarnroof Mountains.
Ah,
But that was a long time ago.
I see. I know of these mountains, far to the south of where I am from. It is good to know that there are others that are close to home.
And she will perform a nod, and then she will go on to the next person to offer war paint.
Good deal. All right.
I hate to try and follow that up, but I might have something cute.
Oh,
Please.
Oh,
Yeah.
Please.
All right.
Okay.
We're here for it. Let's go. That's what we're here for, man.
Hana, where the
Also, I'm-
fuck you at?
Well, exactly. She's up in the crow's nest, kind of watching the horizon,
Absolutely.
and
Alright.
so she's probably one of the last people that Frieda actually manages to approach. And as she approaches Hana, you see her just face going through a range of emotions. She reaches out a hand, like thinks about taking the bowl from you, and instead dips your fingers in and guides your hand as she makes her own markings.
Ooh.
Aww. At first, Frieda's a little surprised by this, but then she very easily smiles and says her prayer for you.
Ooh.
Hana is for some reason having trouble meeting your eye, but you can hear her kind of saying something under her breath herself.
Mm-hmm. Frieda, go ahead, roll me perception check.
Okay.
Let me go ahead and swap to this one. I think this would be a better for this moment specifically.
29.
So is that for what she's saying, Wuten, or is this for something
Trying
else?
to one, hear that she is in fact saying something, and two, if it is in a language that she can understand.
Do you speak Catfolk?
I do not.
Mm-hmm.
Even without the knowledge and understanding, you can hear the rhythm and the cadence, and you recognize it as a prayer of its own. And when your hand is done, and when her big smoky blue sphinx eyes are complete, she grips your hand just a little bit more tightly, squeezes, and then lets you move on.
Well, before she does that, Frieda will smile at you fondly, and she will place her other hand on top of yours and squeeze that.
She breaks into kind of a half smile. You can tell she's nervous. You can tell she's worried about the crew. But the look she gives you is quite plain. Get out of this alive.
She doesn't say anything in response. She simply smiles and she lets her eyes do the talking. I don't intend to let anyone die.
And there is an understanding between them.
Oh, I love it.
She will move
I
on
love
to
it.
the next one. Love it. Love it.
Love
Wonderful.
it. All right. So, is there anyone else that has roleplay they would like to do with the crew? Any of the crew, NPCs, players, otherwise, before we crack the rock?
I do, but I have to pee first.
All right. So we'll
I'm
go ahead
just
and take a...
sharpening my sword.
All right. We'll real quick take a quick pee break, and then we'll come back to a little bit more roleplay, and then we're cracking the rock. Speaking of naked catfolk, hello, we're back.
Awesome.
Hi.
Anywho, Saphyrus, you mentioned that you have something that you wanted to do, correct?
A little chat with Hana the night before we make any big moves.
Oh god, okay, I've got to regain my composure.
All
We'll be
right.
just fine.
No worries, so do I. My dinner for tonight's pretty much fucked, so I had to put it in the
Oh.
fridge.
Oh, no.
Yeah, something happened to the slow cooker. We don't know what happened.
I'm
no.
sorry.
No.
Broke a
Oh, that's
fuse or
awful.
something, or
Oh,
maybe.
if it broke a fuse, I'm gonna fucking burn
Ah.
my neighbor's house down or something.
Now we don't
With
know
the
what
broken
happened. The
fuse.
damn thing just stopped cooking for some reason.
Maybe it was the outlet.
I hope not.
Oh man, I use that one regularly.
It turned on and turned on the timer when he played around with it again, but something happened to stop the cooking
Weird.
process.
Weird.
Darn.
I'm like, I could start over, but I'm not waiting till fucking 8 o'clock to eat. Fuck that.
And it's so weird too because I didn't hear anything happen. Like there were no beeps, nothing.
Okay.
Anyway,
Well. All right. So what music should I do for this one? We'll do Father again, just to start.
Plague
Alright.
Tale had a lot of good music.
Yeah, Plague Tale really has a lot of really good music.
yeah.
I actually have another one for later on down the line that I actually had completely separate from the fact that Chaotic brought in a bunch of them for his character. I was like, oh, well, you know what? That's fine. Fair enough. Anywho.
Let's just say there was a lot of inspiration for 2 characters.
Oh, yeah.
Actually.
Yeah.
There you go.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. Hana, Saphyrus, the floor is yours.
Alright, so probably while everybody's getting their war paint on, once Hana has hers done up, she'll probably see Saphyrus off a little bit of a ways with a drink in his hand, and he'll give a little gesture with his glass. You'll see a little paint on him as well.
Looking good there.
Yes, how tribally do I look? Do I look the part? Hmm?
Not the markings I'm used to, but she did a good job with you.
Good. And yours are looking certainly fitting the part.
Thanks.
Seems original work, perhaps.
Something familiar. Something old.
Okay, so I started thinking a little bit as Frieda began making the rounds with this. And stop me anytime I walk away. But I mentioned before that I think I've only known so much about what's driving you out here. There was a very peculiar look in your eyes when I told you that I was, prepared to lead the team to give you that second chance at home. However, I phrased it, not to downplay it, but I just can't remember my proper phrasing for it, and I'm a little scatterbrained this evening.
No, understood.
All reflective, and anticipation and all that.
It's true. Are you sure you want to get into this now?
May as well. Only if you're keen to share anything.
Oh. You know me, never, but... No, this is as good a time as any, and if something should happen, someone will need to get word to them. How much did I tell you?
I think the most I was made privy to was there was an incident in your tribe, and through very disagreements, or there were many disagreements among some of your leaders, and your trek to sea was, and I quote, to find a better way.
Yes. Although it's funny that that's what you took away from it, because this was one of the first times that the leaders of the different regional tribes really got together and agreed. I'll give you the short version, because we have other things to attend to, and a rock to crack. But suffice it to say, someone came and attacked our village with weapons we had never seen before and were not prepared for. And it halved the population of the village.
Good God.
Yeah. One man. One.
He says, like, louder than he expected it to.
Dwarf. And she looks at him significantly.
Hmm.
And so it all
see.
clicks.
Uh-huh. And when we finally brought him down, and his body burst into flame of its own accord, we realized that we had stopped learning. We had grown stagnant. And the Council of Elders convened, and it was agreed nothing like this could ever be allowed to happen again. We had to learn some way of defending ourselves, or find a home for ourselves that would be better protected from this sort of thing. If this is normal, So they sent out scouts. They sent out the youth of the tribe, what was left, and we went in all different directions. Some went up to, I believe, your homeland. Some went south, and I went east to the sea. I grew up on the river barges that we'd used to trade. So I thought, it's just a difference of size, right? Ocean's just a big river. Ship's just a big barge.
Sorry, I know this. I am taking this seriously, so you know. I just.
No, she's smiling.
Yeah. No, that's him saying that to her as well. It's like, I am taking this seriously. It's just.
No, that's what I'm saying. She's smiling back, There's humor in that. So. And then, when we've done all we were supposed to, when we've learned everything that we were supposed to, we're supposed to report back, and the scout with the best plan will lead what's left of the tribe out to sea, or off to immigrate to Vera, or Farhaven. I think that's what they call it down south, if they can make it across the desert. But yeah, there it is. I'm sorry it took this long, but
No. There's a reason it took that long.
yeah.
Are you considering the island was stationed upon to draw in some of your people?
Well, we have to take it first, but for a long time I thought the best option we might have was just to become nomads of the sea, when we were under Harrigan, when we were first doing our traveling around, but this... If we pull this off, this could be a real opportunity to build something.
Yes.
And I'd love for my people to be part of that.
I would welcome them, pending all goes to plan. What do you say? Take it by force, or should I present myself to the Lady Duchess,
Well, the only reason that I've been pushing so hard for us to do this through force of arms is that however we do it, it's going to set our reputation moving forward. So, if we want to appear strong and perhaps even bigger than we are, then it's best to do this in the, well, maybe not the most violent, but in a decisive manner. And then surprise people when we come at them with diplomacy in future. If I've learned anything from watching the other pirates around here work, it's that they, like any predator, respect a display of strength.
True. I do like that way of thinking. Can't let my silver tongue get everything done, right?
No, you just have to know where to apply it.
Exactly. For my part, as quid pro quo, I think I may have let slip to you a couple of times that I have a twin, yes?
I think you've mentioned a sister. I didn't know she was a twin.
Aurelia. She and I both have the power to bring our beasties to the fore. He says, he looks over at Cubados, who's getting his face painted all up. Just like, giving like little gestures, like, get my good side kind of thing.
Oh, she is.
Hers is more of a bird-like creature. Both of our beasties seem to specialize in, I don't know, for some reason they're able to call lightning. Never really understood why, but we're having one person to do that is rare enough in itself, but twins, that's even more rarity. So rare, in fact, that our blood and essence has use to those of scholarly nature, like, fatherly figures.
Her eyebrows shoot way up.
Our older brother, told us he witnessed some of the things that how drained and how tired and how much pain we endured some nights to make some of these scholarly pursuits happen. And he vowed that once he makes his way into the family business, he would find a way to alter the procedure so we wouldn't have to be participants as much. But enough time passed that she and I figured that that he was just another cog in the wheel. And a friend of ours tried to, one evening, break us out so we could flee, but only one of us got out. One thing that I did understand is that they were using us to make like these red crystals or something. I don't know. I only got a glimpse of one once, and I was thought that came from us. It's a ruby. Go buy one if you're all so rich.
Wooten, what would I need to roll to understand what he's talking about there?
That would probably be Knowledge Arcana.
You need to roll Kyonin campaign.
Which I don't have, but could I do it as an intelligence check?
I would allow an intelligence check,
Okay.
just to get like a general, like a generalist's idea.
Right. 14.
Okay, so basically going off of what he's saying.
You know that sometimes it looks like spellcasters use reagents
Yeah,
in their
yeah,
spellcasting.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
perhaps something similar to that. They're
Probably,
creating some kind of powerful reagent for magic casting.
Fair enough.
Chaotic took the words right out of my mouth. There you go. There you go. Yeah.
You're welcome.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
Yes, I'm trying to give us an opportunity to paint the medium here like we don't know what's going on in Kyonin.
Oh, yeah?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Stuff's going on in Kyonin.
I'm sorry, but I think you and your sister were right. What kind of a brother wouldn't risk his life to break you out himself?
The one who believed that he could still find a way to mend his crumbling family.
You know, maybe we were wrong. Maybe we did have it easier out in the sticks, where we don't have all of this artifice.
Well, the best part of all of that is something that we did discover due to him's slip of the tongue, is that they can't do what they can't produce the things they want to do unless both of us are present. Meaning, so long as I stay far and away from the one person I love more than anything else in the world, she gets to live a normal life, and I suppose I get to be a liberator at sea.
She is badly biting her tongue at the part about your sister living her best life, because after what she's just heard, she can't guarantee that, but she understands that you are talking from a position of hope and is therefore not saying a word. What she does say, though, is, well, if these rubies are so important to your family, it does go a much longer way towards explaining why they would send the entire Vera Navy down here, potentially, to look for you.
Yeah. Yes, that would probably do it.
Golly.
And I've been trying to think all this time, how exactly does one break into Blasted Baronish to pull their sister out of this mess?
We need arms, we need reinforcements, we need a reputation. All of those things we can do if we succeed here tonight. And on my honor, if something happens to you and you don't make it through, I will do everything in my power to get her out.
He's Congratulations, Hana, for one of the first times ever you've left Saphyrus completely speechless.
Oh.
Yeah.
She doesn't wait for him to respond, and instead just grapples him about the neck and pulls him into a hug.
Aww.
He will take his free hand and put it to one of your grappling arms and say, "Let's do it for all of our people then, hmm? Let's show them what the two of us are fucking capable of." As he says, like,
Everyone
maintaining what composure he can.
Aww.
Understandable. And she meets his gaze and says, "For them and for the world."
Beautiful.
Love it. Love it.
Wonderful, wonderful
Wunderbar.
performance.
Wunderbar.
I love it.
Oh, sorry. Was this in public or in private?
No, it's
They were-
Private.
Private.
I'm being
Okay,
so
behind
private.
closed doors.
Lovely.
hmm
Okay.
Now,
I
speaking
then
of...
I then flop in. Hey, so whose pelvis am I pasting tonight? Both? Okay.
Okay.
I'm
Jesus.
kidding.
One good,
I'm
one
kidding.
more for the road, let's say. Once
I
more with
need my-
feeling.
I need my
Unless
full
you don't
movement
want me to
speed
be
for
kidding.
tomorrow.
I can't. God damn it.
By the way, out of character, guys,
hmm
I think I have Breath of Life available now since I have 4th level spells.
I think that's 5th level. Unless it's
Fuck
different from your
Pathfinder.
spell list.
Fuck Pathfinder.
But
No,
Remove
no,
is a 3rd level spell.
Sorry.
no, you're fine.
I have to keep an eye on it for Canary, so...
Yeah. It's got
Keeping an eye on it
a...
for me too.
I think its 4th level is Cure Critical Wounds.
Yeah, it's fifth.
Yep, 5th level, Breath of Life. Though, interestingly, it's on both the Oracle or the Cleric and Oracle, and the Shaman spell list.
Yes, it is.
Yay!
It is
Oh yeah,
indeed.
no one in this crew is gonna die.
Yeah.
I have
little-
been doing my best to leave the healing spells to you two, though.
Mhm.
Oh, I have a wand of cure wounds, and anyway, every cure spell I cast is maximized.
Mhm.
So,
Good grief.
and then I have my blast of healing, which is
Yeah.
Right.
Just roll,
Everything else is just
roll
for
in
walking
there,
right.
fucking channel positive. All right.
Heroes never die.
Heroes never die. Yeah. Anywho, so I think unless there was anything else specific, I think the last thing was the meeting with all the officers then. When you fully decide on what course of action you're going to take.
Does anyone else need a private Hana hug before we move on?
Yeah, I just want a hug in general. It can be public.
Can we just get like a one group hug for the officers? Like,
Mhm. That'll be once you finish the meeting, I think.
Can you imagine
Yeah.
this snake?
Take out our swords and put them in the center of the table and lift them all at the same time.
Mhm.
I don't know if you want me to do that.
There won't be a
Like,
table
one by
anymore.
one, and then suddenly, push. to the left.
And then all of our swords are broken. Great.
Yeah.
Entire front half of the ship out of the water.
question: is Mighty Strength a beneficial spell if we have AVP?
It is if you have less than +4 because it gives a +4, but it's just going to stack on top of your +2, so it'll just give a +2
Because
total.
I could give Ryuuko a +8 enhancement bonus to strength.
Oh,
That's better than the current enhancement bonus she
Yep.
probably has.
Oh,
yep.
there is. I'm so sorry, Ebony. I don't want to burst your bubble, but that's
Do it.
target you.
Why would I target me?
I know.
Make you
It was the
stronger.
same
Yeah.
thing for Ashara. It was.
Mhm.
It's the same thing as True Strike.
Yeah.
Uh,
That's
Why
why you
would I
go
do it
Alchemist.
myself?
That's why you gotta go Alchemist, my dude.
I know. I'm so sorry. I just
No,
remembered.
look,
oh,
Sat
God.
Ebony. Gotta go back where you started.
Mm-hmm.
That's when
Yeah.
you're making a Godzilla cleric.
Yep.
That's for him.
Yep.
So
It's kind of like what I'm doing with my dear boy in Northern, where it's a lot of buffing for myself, like a combat,
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I do have Blessing of Fervor.
a war
Ooh.
shaman.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right. So, if
And then
that,
he can put war paint on you guys in Northern.
let me get
Yeah.
all of
Mhm.
the officers here. I'm not going to include
I
the
will
mates
be
in this because that's too many. But,
Frontline healer.
yeah.
we will have some
Alright.
supplemental healing from a paladin. So there you go.
Yes, yes.
There you go. So, be that. And then Delilah. And alright. All 12 officers from the Siren, plus the captain of the
Captains of the other two ships.
Yeah, the captains of the other two ships. Let me get them over here. All right. So,
I was like this mental
squishing
like
into
that.
this room, squishing into this very, very, very. It's usually spacious. However,
We need to get a bigger table.
yeah, Croup is on top of the table at this point. Anyway. Anyway.
Pole dancing croup.
Pole dancing Croup, exactly.
Oh no,
Please,
please
God.
no.
I'd pay for that.
Mm.
Well, that was,
I mean, in fairness,
different.
Ryuuko, you have seen him fucking already, but you know,
Yeah.
yeah, you've seen that dude naked. Anywho,
Yeah.
let
I don't
let us grab over to the meeting of the officers as I play this. Let's see it. All right, Saphyrus. Officers, the floor is yours.
All right. We were given several options when we met with our benefactor. And ultimately, I think it's best to show our strength, our shit. Okay, meeting over.
We all
Was
leave
a
and come
hard-
back in. Try.
We're going to leave our mark and show everyone out among the Red Isles that we are truly capable of greatness. We will take the place by force. Now, we've had a little bit of time to scope out the area and several days worth of planning, so I open the floor to the best forms of approach.
So,
This is an open table for us to discuss how we're gonna assault, correct?
yep,
Yes.
this is
Yep.
open table.
As afraid of as I am sounding stupid, but Delilah might barge in with an idea. If I may, I do not believe I do not know the intricacies of this plan, but is a frontal assault the only choice we have? I mean, would it be possible to perhaps take over through force of personality rather than brute force?
I think our
Sounds
best
a sharpening sword.
I
in a
think our best
distance.
our force of personality approach would involve having to join a wedding. And while a clever ploy, it's not exactly going to set any sort of standard for anyone else among the Isles to be wary of us, he says, giving Hana a little wink.
He nods.
In
Now
this
that
ca-
being said, Delilah, sorry, who was talking?
Oh, no. Continue.
Okay, sorry, I didn't want to run anybody over.
No.
This frontal assault, perhaps not necessarily the best idea. However, if we can get people in, or close, open gates, blow up munition stores, things of that nature, get a few people in before the attack commences, we can make it much easier on ourselves.
Immediately when you
suggest...
I was just going to say, immediately when you say blow up something, you feel vibrating in, like, the corner of the room from the goblin.
Perfection.
So literal.
So my suggestion is as follows. As land captain, I take a small detachment of particularly stealthy troops, including as many of the officers and other capable sorts as we can, into the fortress, try and open gates, get a lay of the land, discuss strategy as we need to, while Saphyrus makes overtures of diplomacy, raises a friendly flag, whatever, from the ships, gives us enough time to get through without being detected, and once we set something off, blow up their catapults, damage their defenses, whatever, then he commences the attack.
I agree with this plan. If I may add something to it.
Of course.
Before we even try to perform such a perilous mission, I think it would be good to do everything we can to perform reconnaissance upon this Tidewater Rock, as you call it. I know of several magic ways of which I might be able to peer upon them magically, to at least see ways you might be able to get such a advanced team into the keep itself. For one,
I was planning... Sorry, go on.
Oh, sorry.
I
She'll just say,
Short apologize.
You hang up first. No, you hang up first.
oh, you can see these guys had an intimate moment earlier. Fuck.
Yeah.
On top of that, at least 3 of us are able to spy such a place from underwater.
And if Aesop has any more potions, or if you have any spells available to make us more aquatic, then the entire team could go.
Actually, I'm quite capable of making everyone here able to breathe on the water.
Perfect. That saves us the trouble of trying to disguise a boat.
I could also provide some assistance from reconnaissance from the sky. I am capable of possessing Wuten here and seeing through him. I could send him out to spy upon them from above, and they would think him not but a normal, well, if quite magical raven. I also possess ways of being able to spy upon subjects from a great distance. I
Right,
believe it's
but the
called a
question-
scrying spell?
And then Uncle Mario will lean on the table. But then how do we keep the ships out of their sight lines in the meantime? Their sight lines of that keep, I remember seeing it, because you did actually see it on your way up towards Lillywhite, by chance.
Mm-hmm.
I remember seeing it. They have sight lines across all of the isle that they're on. At
What
least,
would matter? Sorry.
at least
Finish.
out to about 10 miles. We would need to find some way to be away from the horizon while spying on them. Otherwise, they're going to get the drop on us.
What matters at that point then is the distance at which the scrying or the link with your familiar is perhaps the best word to use how far the link goes. I do understand that familiars only speak with or work with their masters out to a certain distance. How far does your scrying go?
How far does my scrying go?
She thinks about that for a second, as I look it the fuck up. You can observe a creature at any distance, it says. It is more of a will save based on my knowledge of them. So it's basically a will save that the person inside the place would make.
Right.
You have to at least know of a person first, so...
It can be second-hand knowledge.
Yep.
So
they would just get a modifier to their will save for it.
Yes. As for the specific spell for seeing through Woden, let me find that for you. I had it up and then I lost it.
If this is significant for the spell, we do know the woman's name, and we do have a picture of her.
That would definitely help.
Excellent.
Is it? Here it is. Familiar melding. Oh, actually, no. It only has a range of 100 feet plus 10 per level.
Oh, yeah.
Medium
so range.
That wouldn't work.
Well,
but the scrying would.
And you know what else would work? If you were underwater, you could have him flying overhead.
That's true. You could take me with you because the way the spell works is I quite literally, my soul goes into the familiar and possesses it, and my body becomes, for all intents and purposes, dead.
Oh dear.
And then, I would need the advanced team to guard my body underwater.
Right. Kind of drag you along, you know.
Well, after saying how this stuff works, Aesop's going to step forward. Well, I think I have a few things to possibly add to this. The combination of the force and the personality in some ways. First and foremost, a forward team to full reconnaissance. The reconnaissance that we should be doing, I would imagine, would be to find their means of fighting back against our ships, ready to disable them when the surprise attack comes. The ships then, free to pound away at the walls, so to speak, keep a majority of the forces occupied, whilst us, as the forward group, work our way to cut off the head of the serpent, so to speak. Perhaps literally. For once they see the proof of the death of their leader, perhaps they will respect their strengths, put down their arms, and serve a new master. On that route...
speaking the same language.
Very good. Which would mean the second thing to do would be to find the best way up to the keep for the forward group.
Agreed. I think the defenses need to take priority because we want to make sure we lose as few ships as possible. She looks around at the captains, which is to say none. But...
And of course, from my understanding and remembering, Lenteri, your ship is magically treated, is it not? Perhaps, should any ship need to be best used for taking a blow or two?
Taking points, I can do that.
Perfect.
Well, and battlefield conditions may change, but if we determine that we require reinforcements at the front, that beautiful bus that we now have up on front of your ship could potentially breach the walls, and... or at least a gate or something. Send in troops that way. Tantu for this shit.
Hey, I know that one. Hey.
I understood that reference.
I understood that reference.
But good thoughts all, Aesop. I think that helps us narrow down the specific plan.
Precise actions to be taken.
Oh,
Yes.
Indeed.
exactly.
Only
Now-
additional things I can add. Only
go
additional
on.
thing I can add slightly is what I can also do is cast Detect Scrying, which is a spell that lasts 24 hours when we send the advanced team in, so we can know if they have any magical defenses of their own that allows them to see us.
Good call. Is there, in and out of character, is there any way for them to detect that they are being scryed upon themselves?
Yes, this spell. It's called Detect Scrying.
Well,
You immediately become aware of any attempt to observe you by any means of a divination scrying spell or effect. The spell's area radiates from you and goes with you as you move. I assume it'll just be on Frieda's body as she goes with you guys. If the scrying attempt originates within the area, then you know its location. But yeah, it's only 50 feet.
Only other things I can say is that if you do succeed at saving against a spell, you know you saved against a spell even if you don't know what it was.
Yep.
So, a very astute wizard would probably know if he's like, feels something in his head and he goes, someone might be trying to watch. It's one of those like, you know, the hairs on the back of your neck go up. You're like, someone's trying to watch me. Sort of
Someone
thing.
tried and failed, but they tried.
Well,
Although you also don't know what it is. It could be an assassin trying to do something.
Right.
Who knows, you know?
Right.
So.
right.
In that case, the question goes out, do you want me to use the scrying spell at all? It could fail, and it would make them maybe suspicious based on that. And I still can do surveying for you with the Meld with Familiar spell.
I think meld with familiar would be best in the sense of finding the pathways we need to take and where the defenses are, and then finding, or at least gaining secondhand knowledge of a person in the keep other than perhaps the lady herself, and scrying on that person and watching where they go through the castle to start to get a layout of the keep. That would be my suggestion.
That could work.
Beyond that, though, and perhaps slightly erring on the mechanical side of things, what is the DC that you would be working with? Because I think it's reasonable to ask, you know, how confident does Frieda feel about her ability to do this?
I entirely get that. It is my belief that all characters know how to play Pathfinder, even metagaming.
The relative strength of their abilities.
Yeah, you should know what you're able to do. Let me read for you.
I mean, they know the spell levels, you know?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So, it would be a will save against my DC of
4th level, right?
4th level, so 10 plus 4 plus 6 is 20.
Plus, you have the likeness or the picture, so that's going to be an additional +2 to the DC.
Okay.
But
Although,
since you are working with second-hand knowledge, you've heard of the subject, subtract 5 from that. So that is the DC. It would be DC 17, I believe.
17 total, yeah.
17. So it really depends upon their will. They could make the save, but it's more likely they will fail than it is unlikely. But you know, luck being what
depends
it is.
on how tough the Lady Agatha herself is,
Right.
Yeah.
and what kinds
there is that too.
of training she has.
Or this other person that you suggested we try and find someone to scry on,
Just a random guard, you know, who does patrols around the castle.
which is honestly a better idea, I think.
We accidentally picked the captain of the guard that was just chilling about.
If he's still a fighter, he's still got a low will, to be fair.
I have
Another
a
thing to
great
just,
will, I'll
keep
have
in
you know.
mind is another thing to just keep in mind is this is a great plan and I love it, but we'll probably need a specific sign for the ships to follow that can either be set by the advanced team before they go out, or something they can make. So can we do we want to say you attack at sunrise, or do you want to say wait for our signal?
Do we have a sending spell available?
We can.
Because that's a very, very that's an easy way to do it.
Can she prepare that?
I do have one.
I think some people might just have sending on their spell list too.
I also
I
have
do.
my Osprey. So
That's
I could,
true.
you know, I could tie a scroll to its ankle and send it out. Or we tell them wait for the explosion.
If
Because
we
I'm
can make
positive we can find something to explode.
I'm sure we can. So
Have a sending spell ready just in case. Otherwise, the signal is Wall explode. Move in.
In that case, I will
Big boom.
I'll do that. My spells are the most easily, not as important, so I can do that.
Fair enough. Now, my question, since it sounds like the majority of us are feeling like going with the advanced team, is there anybody who wants to stay behind?
I imagine the player characters are all the ones on the advanced team.
Probably.
It's just
yeah.
me. And then the other folks are the ones who are taking commands of the ship.
Okay.
Which does mean, who's taking command of the siren while we're off?
I believe it
Well,
was.
that's
Isn't
kind of
that-
what I was.
is
That's what I was
probably
kind of
Cygnus'
considering
question.
asking because.
Isn't that the shipmaster guy? What was his name? He's in here. I know him.
Speaker of the house.
Broomdoll?
The Speaker of the House. Yeah, I assumed it was Brumdoll. He's like the one who takes command when we're gone.
Well, that's also kind of where I had inquiry too, because based on Hana's plans, Saphyrus would be staying behind, providing like distractions and the like.
Mm.
But then, is that full on strike force supposed to happen like once we've had our explosion, etc., or?
The way that I'm imagining this, just in terms of story and theme, and because the player characters are the ones who are the advanced team. We go in and we're doing the surgical strike. Everyone else is essentially keeping the rest of the keep busy, so we have the least amount of problems getting to the keep and dealing with the people in the keep.
Right.
The big goal is to kill Leader Lady and show everybody, put down your arms, we have her head. She is dead, and this battle is done, that sort of thing.
With some slight alterations for my suggestion here. My thought was, we have the stealthy advanced team, which I know not every player character is, but a dedicated stealthy guerrilla group go in underwater, attack the fort, cause the explosions, do as much damage as we can, then sneak up to the keep. While
Is there a way to make me stealthier?
I don't know.
We just hang
I
out
do
for
have.
So we'll have a reconnaissance team for the first day or two, or whatever we need in order to get our maps. Then, on the days of the actual attack, those of us who are not sneaky hang out in the water and wait for the explosion, and then we jump out and join them. So
Okay. Yeah, I'm
Meanwhile,
not sneaky.
Yeah, this is expanding the timeline significantly. I'm thinking one strike because we don't want them to get too much footing. So we do recon and we do assault the same day. The
Gotcha.
only thing that we do different, potentially, Saphyrus, if you're up for it, is pretend to be interested in negotiating. You potentially bring people out, or you just have, shout from the ship to the walls or something, looking for parley, while everybody else is attacking.
You were on a similar track as to I was, because if I'm able to bring somebody out by, suggesting, someone come out and I discuss the old article about marriage for two people's benefit, for the two factions' benefits, etc., etc.
Exactly.
The only issue with that is, should they be like, all right, well, come with us? Being the thing that I foresee.
Well, depending on how good your diplomacy is, potentially saying, well, I'd feel more comfortable if we were discussing this on neutral ground, our ship, we can send one ship forward with a reduced crew or something, get the Magpie Princess into position.
You also do have rowboats.
Fair.
Rowboat
So you-
negotiations.
I might then stay with Saphyrus as I can swim, but I am not stealthy,
Fair.
and I am quite able to help him if needed with negotiations.
Okay.
Right.
My stealth is a 4.
And you could go be bodyguard.
Yeah.
That's true.
You could guard my body.
And then, once the attack has actually commenced and the explosions begin, then presumably you kill whoever they've sent out to diplomance you. The rest of the party regroups somewhere in the keep, and then we all go to try and do the decapitation strike that Aesop was talking about.
Point me where to swing sword.
Exactly.
Point me.
Wherever you
point-
guys want to put me.
Point snake fist at object.
Yeah, same.
I mean,
Does this
Nagaina,
sound reasonable?
it
Sorry,
does.
go
I was going to
I
say Nagaina
believe
does
so.
kind of possess a trump card as long as the person's fort save isn't too good. Because if she knocks somebody unconscious, they are basically at everybody's mercy. You can perform coup de grace on them.
Right. Which will also be useful for just taking out patrolling guards and such.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So you're definitely on the advanced team.
I blow things up and make stink bombs.
Okay.
In fact, actually, let me go ahead. You would probably have this from the time where you just sailed past the island at the time.
Okay.
You probably got it, like, someone sketched out, like, a rough drawing of it. But we'll go ahead and get a map of Windward Isle.
Ooh.
Okay.
That way you can more accurately sort of plan out what your what your plan of attack is here.
Okay. And the big square is Tidewater Rock?
Big square is Tidewater Rock.
Okay.
Well, we might not even have to go near the fucking town or whatever fucking town exists at all. It seems like there's not even a town.
No,
It's like a little
it looks
pier.
like it's just the tower, yeah.
Hmm.
Looks like there's a massive area that's perfect for a city to be built, though.
Yeah, very interesting, isn't it?
And it looks like a little pier already set up.
Right.
If you
I was
can, if you want
expecting
to though, you.
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, you're fine. I'm just.
No, I was just gonna say that you can take the goblin with the advanced team because she is quite good for that.
She's stealthy.
Excellent.
Stealthy and
She's very
bomby.
welcome.
She's plus 15 stealth.
Indeed.
In that case, so far, if I'm reading this correctly, the advanced team is Hana, Frieda, Aesop, Delilah, and Ak.
Yeah.
Was Nagaina coming?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, so
I believe me as well to help protect your body while you're scrying.
Cool.
Yeah.
Even though I'm not very stealthy, I imagine you and me are going to be more towards the back of the...
you'd probably be
Brigade.
like completely
Nagaina's
underwater,
good for sneak
basically.
attacks
Okay.
and enabling coup de grace.
Indeed.
If only we had a way to get everybody to easily climb.
Mm.
That would be the
Mhm.
best thing. Climb the walls and start from the top.
I have
hi,
lots
Daedar.
and
I haven't
lots of
seen you in a
rope.
while.
Mm-hmm.
True, you can climb, and then there's lots of rope. That's
Mhm.
true.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, Aesop, are you comfortable staying with the ship?
Sure,
did you
wherever
wanna
you
come
guys
along?
want me.
Okay,
Well, I'm
don't
not
wanna make
stealthy,
the teams
so-
too unbalanced.
You're fine. I'm not stealthy, so I'm wherever you need me.
Okay.
My stealth bonus is a very strong +2.
2 less than mine.
He's got big clumping boots.
Let me see.
I don't even
Public
have feet.
creatures- So, for water breathing, it says living creatures touched.
Uh-huh.
So, is there a way I can touch several people to allow them to?
Easily.
Yep.
Yeah, isn't it like anybody in a 5-foot radius? If it's that particular phrasing, doesn't that mean it's basically anyone in a 5-foot radius when you cast it?
Yep. As long as they are like linking hands or something, or touching everyone at the same time.
I'm just gonna come here. I'm just gonna hug as many people as I can.
Yeah, essentially, I believe for casting spells like that, you can touch up to 8 people at the same time, and not including yourself.
Yeah.
Yep. Only additional thing I put in chat, I actually don't have enough spell slots to take that many 4th level spells, so is anyone here able to take sending other than me?
I think I can.
I think
Yes.
it's on the cleric spell list.
Ending's a 4th level
It
cleric
is.
spell, yes.
4th level.
Alright.
Uh,
If you can
yes,
handle
but
that,
that will
I can
take-
handle
that
the
would-
rest.
That would make me not able to do Blessing of Favor. Do you guys are okay with that trade?
Up to y'all.
Blessing of Fervor.
Blessing of Fervor. Sorry.
It's good. It's basically divine haste, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know. It's up to you guys. I can't take any more 4th level spells.
I think we can sidestep the spell issue here. I still have the Osprey. I can use that as a default sending, you know. And as long as somebody is has an eye on the tower with the fog glass or something, you know, then I don't even have to send him all the way back. I can just have him circle the tower or something and have that be the signal.
Makes
True.
sense. That works.
That works.
Okay.
Using the old-fashioned
I
way.
cast sword.
We can have our cake and eat it too.
Beautiful.
But how?
This all goes
Real,
well.
are you saying this in character?
Yes.
Okay. In that case, Uncle Mario will ask, but how are you going to get the message to the Osprey if it's already flying around the area?
Use a sending spell. Oh wait.
No.
We didn't thought that far.
I can write a quick message, be ready to tie a scroll to his ankle or something if I have to send it all the way back. Other than that, if I just need to communicate with him, I can do that.
There is a very, very low-level way of talking to him, because you have an empathic link out to a mile.
Correct.
So,
That was what I was referring to.
yep, okay.
That's true. Okay.
So you just let him know by basically, I'm now going to feel something specific. Ah!
Yeah.
Okay.
So. I feel angry.
Angry.
Determination is determination an emotion?
Resolution to attack, yeah.
As that to Undertale.
I'm filled with determination.
Yep.
In that case, the only potential thing that I could see being a problem is that Wuten, he does look like a normal raven, but he does have some magical effects on him from just being a member of the Heaven Spirit.
Right.
Which basically it's as he can like be used as a star map. He's
Right.
littered with stars on his plumage, and
You just hope that no one takes notice of it, basically.
yeah, it says very specifically, the flesh of the shaman's spirit animal accurately reflects the stars that would be visible in the night sky. Due to this, it can be used as a star map. In addition, it flies with an additional 5 feet speed, which increases to 10 feet if it already has a fly speed.
Interesting.
Well, let me ask you this.
It also has a small nimbus of light surrounding it.
Let me ask you this, Zola. Is that specific, the star map thing, is that specific when you are looking up at it? Which is to say, is it just the underside of the bird that has this concern? Because if it's flying lower than the tower, and it looks like a normal raven from the top, no issue.
It says it just is the entire creature's body.
Okay.
But
My assumption would be
it
it's above
depends on
you and
how-
like spreads its wings and you see stuff, but if it's not doing that,
Yeah, it depends on how easy it would actually be to see, because you have to actually grab it and examine it to use it as a star map. So it
Well,
would
then
be
probably
it
not.
would be it would be noticeable if you looked closely at it, but I imagine from a distance he would probably just look like a small raven.
Yeah,
makes
Yeah.
sense to me.
so there you go.
Oh, Sabrina made me a glass of hot tea with lemon and honey.
Oh,
Aww.
That's sweet. All right.
Cute.
Anyway,
Cute
Continue
shit
on.
going on today.
continue on.
Yeah. Anyway, it was just something I thought I might bring up as it might be a potential giveaway.
Mm,
Otherwise, should be fine.
okay. Wooten, any concerns as DM?
The main thing would just be confirming your plan, basically, after scrying and scouting it out. Because you're going off of, from what I'm understanding, you're going off of the assumption that the only thing that you're going to encounter is this keep. Because that's all you've
to believe otherwise.
Well, go ahead,
Tips
roll
in the
me,
bay.
roll me knowledge, local.
$16.
All right. Yeah, everyone who's got
8.
knowledge local, go ahead and roll it.
Nope.
No.
Makes sense that I don't.
So 18.
All right, 18.
Local.
Yeah, knowledge local. Any knowledge locals?
Uno momento, por favor.
Give me a sec. I think I have it. Yeah, I do have local.
Oh,
Alright.
Jesus Christ!
There we go.
I guess
Alright.
never mind.
Okay, so
Yeah, no.
So this will come to you, Delilah. If it's a keep, there's probably... It's probably not just the keep that you're going to run into, because a keep with people in it has to have some way of sustaining itself. And chances are, if there is a legend to this Tidewater Rock, it's probably pretty well defended by not only the keep itself, but the surrounding area as well. Now, unfortunately, because of the angle that you guys were traveling at the time, you didn't get a good look on anything except for the keep itself.
So
you don't-
pretty much it's
at
it's, it's
at the-
oh, go
yes.
ahead.
So pretty much at this time, you do not have any information on the surrounding area of the keep itself, beyond just the keep. But you can assume that there are possibly... there's more than just the keep. There's probably like a lead up to the keep itself that's probably very well defended.
Yeah, there's just a hypothetical minefield before the keep.
Other ships in
Yeah.
the bay. Things like that.
But yeah, I will then relay this information up.
No, you go.
I believe that's not only the keep we have to worry about, but whatever might be surrounding it. A place this big and this of this reputation must be guarded by more than only its four walls. Perhaps on the water, perhaps another line of defense that's outside.
I suppose we will find out when we get there. That is what the reconnaissance is for, no?
Yes. Here is my thought on that. If we encounter no ships, proceed with the plan as suggested. Feign diplomacy, send the advance team in, blow up what we can, attack with the main force from the ships, from the direction where we've blown up shore batteries or guard barracks or whatever we find there. If we do detect ships, attack them first with the ships that we have available, draw them away from the keep, send the advance team in, as indicated, while they think that their outlying escorts are occupied. Then we go in, blow up as much as we can. Maybe the assault team even goes in and tries to do the assassination themselves while the ships are occupied. We're capable sorts. We can probably manage.
I got another kind of wild idea I wanted to propose.
Go on.
It may or may it may provide an additional sort of in, but hear me out. Since we floated the idea of fading the interest in a wedding plan, why don't we use that as our in to get these fucking sneaky assault teams moving around to take out defenses and shit?
Actually, with this, with that specific mention, Croup will pipe up and suggest might not be a good idea to lead with that. It's a good fallback option. Actually, it's a good fallback option, but it's probably not good to lead with that. Remember, it's a very old Isle law, and so it's not something that you want to lead with. Maybe just lead with just wanting an alliance, perhaps. And save that as like your trump card.
Is it because the old maritime law itself is strictly based around the marriage proposal?
So,
I'm trying to apply a fusion.
Yeah.
Of
No. You're good. Saphyrus, you go ahead and roll me knowledge local, real quick.
Okay.
It's not going to be a hard check. It's not going to be hard.
23.
Yeah. So it's a very archaic way that pirates typically did diplomacy. It's not the usual way that you would parlay with making alliances, making agreements, and things like that. It is an option that was floated a long time ago as a way for avoiding, like, as a way to avoid your spouse
Bloodshed.
turning on you, and bloodshed, as a way to avoid bloodshed. And so Croup recommends leading with just an alliance, because not only is it like an archaic thing, so it'd be very weird to lead with, but also there's also that, like, you don't fuck with marriage type thing. You know, if you're proposing marriage, that's like a sacred thing, and if you betray that, not only are you spitting in the face of Isle's law, but probably in the face of Besmara as well.
Ooh. That's fair.
I mean,
there's a reason why. Well, let's just say the Lanteri's little. She's been having her problems, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they had a marriage spat, and one of them's dead.
Yeah.
And then her luck didn't go so well for her after that.
Exactly.
So.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. So it's more about. So the maritime law is more about alliance than anything else, correct?
Yes.
Right.
And so
Okay.
you do. Croup is suggesting you don't want to suggest the marriage as like your leading,
approach.
your
Right,
your
okay.
leading approach.
Okay. It's just that was based around what Priscilla had said before, and I was
Right.
like, wait a minute.
Right.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, and Priscilla. This is also. I'll give you this with the knowledge local as well. This is Priscilla suggesting something that she probably doesn't have a lot of knowledge specifically in. This is probably something that she heard about, that she figured out that, oh, you know what? That might be an option for them. I'll suggest it. Let's see what happens.
Okay. Got it. Okay, so she read a fucking Kotaku article.
Yeah,
instead
basically,
of-
she read a Kotaku
Yes.
article on maritime law in the Isles and decided to share that knowledge with you. But
Okay.
since you're bringing it up directly with like all of the officers around, this is actually Croup coming in with like, his direct.
She's a dum-dum. Don't do that.
This is Croup coming in with his actual Isles knowledge. If that
So
makes
it's
sense.
more of an alliance, not a so it's a marriage of tribes, not people. God, stick to sales, Priscilla. That's a little more relieving. But that's
you just hear a little breath of relief.
yeah, like the sound of me not getting fucking decapitated in the middle of the night.
Who said I would decapitate you?
No
Who
one
said she
has
would
to,
decapitate you?
Exactly. There you go. The emphasis.
You just get
Well-
tied up in the dungeon. That's all.
That being wait till we get one first. That being said, since this is more of an alliance situation we know of, is that a potential option to introduce in terms of feigning interest, feigning that whole interest of like getting an in and getting our scout and our teams like a way to like, okay, the gateway is open, let's sneak around and disable all this shit, blah blah blah.
Right. Well, and if we look at the map, right, it's not like they've built a wall around the entire island. You know, even if we send the ships in the front way, giving the impression that we want to talk, we could still send the advanced team, quote unquote, the stealth team, around the island just to come up on one of the hills to the northeast or even to the west if we want to get closer to the keep. You know, it's just going to depend on what we see when we get closer.
Yeah, and like when I look at this, I know they don't really have a wall built, but it has a lot of like just natural high ground on like just the outer perimeter.
Right.
Perfect
Which is
place
good for
weaponry.
us. True, but it's also good for us because they won't have sight lines of us as the advanced team.
Well,
coming
so
up the
so
cliff.
real quick, they do have sight lines. It's I don't know why
It's
I
up
didn't
really
put this-
high, isn't it?
I didn't know. I don't know why I didn't post this here beforehand. Because you would probably have this as well. Let me add this in. Its highest elevation on the island itself is less than 100 feet, and it is surrounded by rough beaches made of shingles and gravels. Tidewater Rock, the keep, is like towering over it. It has sight lines all across the isle.
These aren't really mountains. They're
They are
maybe hills.
hills at best, less than 100 feet.
Okay.
Still not good for ships, but you know.
Yeah.
Even bearing that in mind, is it not reasonable to assume that 3 ships coming in towards, for example, the harbor here, that all eyes would be on those ships rather than looking anywhere else on the island? Because it's not just one ship, it's not just 2 ships, it's 3 ships, and that's a thing.
Yeah. I imagine it would be immediate all hands to battle station sort of thing.
Additionally,
Looking at this map, it's almost seeming as though it's very likely that the plan's literally just going to end up becoming, smash your way through the whatever's in the bay, and then smash in through the doors, and then smash in some heads. It's very much starting to look like that to me. But
Yeah.
because for some reason I was imagining there was going to be a whole ass town that we had to get through and up some stairs or something. No, it's just the keep. So.
Well, and if the elevation really is that low, we wouldn't even really, unless there was a naval escort, there really wouldn't be much need to send all 3 of the ships all the way in. You could have the 2 DPS ships just orbiting the keep and bombarding it from across the island.
Well, note these squares seem to be 1 mile squares.
1/10
I'm
mile.
pretty sure. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay. How far does anything reach? A 1/10 of a mile is what, 500 feet
range?
roughly?
Range
Yeah.
for light ballista is 120 feet, and light catapult is 150 feet.
Those are
I
range
like-
increments.
Yeah.
A light catapult doesn't get further than Phooey.
At least for
That one-
their range increments.
So they could still shoot out to 10, so up to 1,000 feet or so. But
Right.
so that means up to almost 2 square. So 1 square away, but then they'd be taking -6s to hit. But
Yeah.
if they're just aiming at the fucking castle, that's a big ass target.
Right.
Not like a little itty bitty ship.
Mhm.
I don't know, but it just depends what the fuck we're trying to do. The important thing is get in, take Agatha's head, right?
Mhm.
So, honestly, it's very much looking like it'll end up just being a straightforward come in through the bay, say surrender and keep your lives, and then just fucking bash through any ships in the way, bash in the front gate, bash in Agatha's head. That's what it's looking.
I mean,
Now that I see a better picture.
there is always that option. There is always that option available to you. You can just take it by force, but it's also good to
Or just-
discuss all the other alternatives.
Use the ships as leverage, saying we could easily take it by force, but we're coming in to ask nicely.
Right. That's another way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Here is... How many of you have seen Guns of Navarone?
I have not. Sorry.
Sadly,
Never heard of
no.
it.
No.
It's not ringing the bell. All right. Here is my thought. Yes, ultimately we are going to have to take this thing by force, probably. I still think that we would be best positioned to send in an advanced team to do something.
Mhm.
You know,
Yes.
and whether or not we decide we need diplomatic cover for that, whether or not we decide that we need to be talking to people at the same time as we're setting fucking detonation charges on the various ballista and things around the island, I think it's important that we do send a team in, even if we don't have all of the knowledge in the world, to just do as much damage as possible before the ships get there.
Okay.
That's a really good
so-
point. I mean, we've got to remember that we don't know what the advanced team is going to see or do yet.
Right.
If we see something we really don't like, we could call it off then. I know it's unlikely, but that is still an option. So it's not like we're just going to run in blind because we have that advanced team.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
We can say no at any point so long as they haven't seen us.
Which would make it a good idea to go in under cover of night as well for the first one. And I know, I think, are we actually at 10 miles out, Wuten, or are we still like a day off?
You are still a day off. You guys are about... let me do the calculation here. About 36 miles out from Tidewater Rock proper is when you're having this discussion.
Okay. Well, then how about this? We sail into just over the horizon, which I think we agreed was 10 miles.
It's about 10 miles, yes.
About 10 miles, perfect. We send the advance team out to be stealthy. We have them have a swim speed, we have them have water breathing, we have them traverse that 10 miles, presumably in the course of one night.
Advanced team's gonna need a couple extra castings of water breathing and water swimming.
Mm.
Well, at the very least, you know, having
God,
swim
swimming 10 miles. Good fucking luck with that. Jesus Christ.
with
I'd
a swim
be-
speed, though.
Fucking hell. Ask anybody to swim. Fucking walk 10 miles and see how you feel after that shit.
Yeah, I mean...
I go half a mile with purpose and I'm fucking puffing, but I'm also out of shape, to be fair. So, I mean,
So overland exploration and movement. Someone with 30 foot of movement can travel roughly 6 miles if they're hustling every hour.
Jesus, is that it?
Hmm.
Ah.
It'd be about
there's
2
only so
hours.
fast.
It'd
People
be
walk
about
at about
2
3
hours.
miles an hour, I think. So
Yeah, walking is about 3 miles an hour for a 30 foot. So it'd be about 2 hours of travel from the edge of the horizon
if you're moving with purpose.
if you're moving with purpose. So you would be hustling. So
Breaststrokes all the way. Let's go.
Yep.
Right, maybe a few hours of swimming lessons before we go.
Well, when you get the swim speed, it helps, but I'm just saying it's going to be tiring. And you'll need it when you come back as well. Because if you're going to spend a decent length of time gaining information, swimming back and forth, it's 2 hours per level, but you might well spend far longer than that doing whatever it is you're doing. So.
Yeah.
Then we'll be prepared to move quickly, I guess. I mean,
Good to think of all the possible weird things happening. So.
Yep.
True.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You can hustle for 1 hour without a problem. If you're hustling for a second hour, it would be 1 point of non-lethal damage. But you can hustle just fine for 2 hours. And then you just...
So one... Sorry, go on.
And then every hour will double that damage over time.
Okay, so but this is HP damage, not like fucking con damage.
No, this is HP damage.
Okay.
It's just one non-lethal
Okay.
non-lethal HP damage.
I think we can allow that.
Yeah, and the good news is we don't necessarily have to worry about going back. If things are particularly dire, yes, but if we find ourselves in a position to actually begin the attack once we show up, and once we've done whatever we're going to do as the advanced team, then all we need to do is link up with the main force as it invades, and go from there.
Yeah.
So after a certain number of hours, we probably start sailing forth into the lagoon sort of thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Maybe like
Final
in
thing.
1 hour.
Signals and whatever. Yeah.
Final thing, what are you going to blow up with what?
We don't know. We're gonna find that out when
Gonna
we get
find that out, and you're going to use the goblin.
Huh?
Any-
Well,
or if you're trying to be
because we
extra
have
stealthy, just basic sabotage of all their ranged bullshit.
Yeah.
just
Cutting cords and
sabotage,
things.
or yeah, and then there's also the option of bringing gunpowder with you. So,
Do we have
'Cause-
black
Well,
powder?
well, I assume first off we just make shit up on the ship when we need it, right?
but you can't
Secondly,
probably can't
Go
bring
ahead.
gunpowder though because you'd get wet.
I have a big ass bag of holding.
True.
Just
True.
put all the gunpowder barrels in the bag of holding.
In fact, I think
I can hand it to you for that. There's actually, honestly, there's really nothing in it right now. I've been reorganizing things, and right now it actually doesn't have anything in it.
Oh,
So
fair enough.
Solid.
I could carry everything on my person as of the moment. I've just kind of been assuming that we put all the treasure loot we find in dungeons in it and just haul it back.
Yeah.
That way,
Yeah,
makes
and
you
sense.
know,
put it in the
take-
hold.
Yeah, take the whole last treasure chest and just stick it in the bag, and then we're good to go. Don't have to worry about who's carrying it. So, but since it's empty, fill it up with gunpowder. Take it with you. Fill it up with barrels of gunpowder.
I'm down. Assuming
Take it with you.
And
Assuming
that's
how
holding our
much
watertight, right?
Yeah. And assuming how much gunpowder you actually have on the ship.
Okay.
I would imagine what's the word I'm looking for? Don't assume that our entire fucking hold is full of gunpowder barrels, right? So. Probably best not to assume that. Let's see
Yeah.
here.
Assumes that.
How much gunpowder can you make between now
Me?
now and getting... Well, I mean, how much gunpowder can the group make collectively between now and getting to the keep?
Quick, Kalonri.
Can we get them to call?
I have the Ashwoods on speed dial, you know.
Where's Aelith when we need her? Oh yeah, she's in another room.
Exposure to fire, electricity, or misfire explosion causes black powder to explode. A single keg that explodes in this manner deals 5d6 points of damage to everybody within a 20-foot burst. Storing black powder in a powder horn protects the powder from explosion. Black powder is often stored and transported in kegs, which is 100 doses. It doesn't say how much it weighs though.
Yeah, there's not much information on them. I
How
guess
to
you could
make
speed
black
down
powder?
rolling.
Let's see. Black powder. Sorry about that.
Probably under. I found itching powder, but I don't think that's what we were looking for.
Mm.
Black
Let's see.
powder,
Black
black powder. Black powder becomes useless when exposed to water, but it shouldn't be. Nope, nothing there. Boop. A keg of black powder costs 1,000 gold pieces and weighs 5 pounds.
Ah. That's actually
That's
pretty
a
light
lot
for
of
a
gold.
fucking keg. Yeah.
Apparently, it's 100 doses of black powder. I guess I don't know.
Hey, that's pretty good.
Okay, here's. Hang on. I think I may have a solution for us here.
Yes.
Mhm.
Oh,
Okay, I'm going to post it in the chat. That is an alchemical weapon.
Ooh. All right.
Ooh.
100 gold pieces.
Yep. And perhaps slight retconning here, but I'm assuming that we have been having these discussions kind of over the duration of our voyage rather than waiting till the last minute.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
I
Oh,
would
yeah.
assume
Yeah.
so.
For this
Yeah, so-
one specifically, probably, yeah.
Right.
I'd allow it.
Perfect. So if we need more time in order to make a stockpile of these things, I think we'll probably have it. Which is
Right.
Well,
thank you, benevolent DM.
there's
I would allow it.
one possibility.
Mhm.
So, helping somebody with their crafting doesn't technically take up your crafting time. We could have Athena
Mhm.
making a black powder bomb, and assuming I'm nice, which I should be, I give you my full pouch, and you have an infinite number of fuse grenades.
Infinite number?
Full pouch makes
Oh,
a it makes a copy of whatever you pull out of the bag as long as it's an alchemic item. So, you just, as a swift action every round, you could just pull out another fuse grenade and toss it.
All right. So,
So
first question.
This is why I was happy to have a full pouch.
Mhm. So first question then. How, what is Nilru's alchemy crafting modifier currently? The total
Currently,
modifier.
when making items, it's plus 14.
Okay. So she does still need to roll for this. She cannot take 10. Unless you're giving her
I can
the
aid
plus
her
2.
in return.
In which case
I can
she
aid her in return.
Yep.
And
In
she
which-
also has Swift Alchemy, so she can do it in half the time.
Half the time. So. give me a second
Assuming that she
to
just
pull up.
takes 10, she would end up with a 16 each time, which would be 26.
Mhm.
26 times 25, because that's the crafting DC.
Yep.
650, divide that by 7, and then multiply that by 2. She can do 185 silver pieces worth of it per day,
Mm-hmm.
which would, let me see here, I think if we, it's 1,000 silver pieces to finish making it, so honestly it probably only takes about a week. So
Yeah.
if she was making it from the start,
Mm-hmm.
although, yeah, if she was making it from the start, 7 days, actually it'll take 6 by the looks of it.
6 days. Yep. In that case, let's see. Da-da. That would track. So, Athena can make a single fuse grenade, hand it off to the goblin, who is then vibrating once more with excitement of being able to create explosions, create art, in fact. And she will make her way over to Aesop during one of these discussions.
I will go ahead and spend the money for
Yeah.
it, by the way, real quick. It is 100 gold pieces. That means 33 gold out of my thing.
All right,
done.
33 gold. May I, So that pouch of yours, it, creates creates a copy of whatever you pull out of it, right?
Items that are made by alchemists, but yes.
So, technically you would say that pulls out the fuse bomb or the fuse grenade. If we put this into the pouch and then pull it out, it would create copies of this.
Yes.
I think we've just got your explosion. If as she claps her hands together, if you would be so kind as to let me borrow that pouch, I will make your explosion on that keep, and it will be beautiful.
Well, you're part of the front going team. It would probably be best. Yes, you can borrow it.
I promise to bring it back in one piece. I know how expensive something like this can be. As she hefts it onto her pack, and then ties it to herself and places the bomb inside of it.
The one that Athena made. Okay.
Yep, the one that Athena made.
So the items that I'm leaving in the full pouch that I'm handing off is a fuse grenade, an alchemist's fire, an acid flask, and a thunderstone.
All right. Perfect.
So you can have an infinite copy of those, but only once per round.
Yep.
Because it's a swift action to activate.
Swift action to activate, yep. All right.
Now here's my next question about the grenades. Do they have to be thrown, or can they be stockpiled like a det pack or something, and then set off with alchemist fire?
It says there, slow burning fuse.
Okay.
And you light it as a move action, but the thing is, it would be full of black powder, and full pouch is instantaneous. That means whatever you pull out is permanent.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't go away. It's a We could literally just keep going and fill an entire island with fuse grenades if we wanted to.
You could, technically.
That's the fun of this item.
This is why I'm glad Wuten let me make a full pouch.
Yep.
Or let Frieda make me a full pouch.
Yep.
So. Yeah. It makes it's similar to the fucking wizard spell book that takes away the need to spend the money to put spells in it.
Yeah.
God, it saved so much fucking money.
Uh-huh.
Same here. It's just mostly it's going to save money.
It was a front-loaded investment for a lot of shenanigans, and I love that.
Like this.
Exactly.
You guys now have an infinite source of black powder to blow up whatever the fuck you need to blow up.
Yep.
That is true. Now we can just disassemble them and just take the black powder out.
Or just put a whole bunch of grenades in one spot and toss an alchemist fire and run like hell.
Yep,
Exactly
that's the
what I was
plan.
suggesting, yeah.
Just fill Agatha's room with tripwires,
Oh my god.
and then just leave wire cutters on her bed.
Grenade bouquet.
I will
The
say.
best thing is we start doing the alliance talks and it's like, and she's like, oh, I don't think we could do that. It's like, oh, really? Because I have my finger on this button. And you don't want to accept. This whole place, me included, is going down into the ocean.
Just holding a thermal detonator!
Oh my god.
Yes, Goku! This pile of rock is nothing to men like you and I. Anyway. So. Your plan is to stealth in there. Get as many fuse grenades onto the keep as possible. Blow the entrance! And then go from there, basically.
Exactly.
Well, that's
I
one
love
way
it.
to crack the rock, eh?
Hey, that's one way.
So blowing it up, yeah, that'll open it.
That'll open.
grenades, anything
Yeah,
is possible.
that'll open it up.
So
It
where does that
opens many
stand
things.
with where does it stand with my fake diplomacy negotiation stuff diversion?
Distract them long enough for that team to get it open.
To put as much explosives on whatever they deem as necessary.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
At
The
which
longer,
point, when it
the
explodes,
longer you can distract, the more of an explosion it'll be.
Make sure they have all their eyes on you.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Perform.
Mm-hmm.
Perform oratory.
Yes.
Give them a good show.
Perform oral. What?
Well, hike? No, we're not doing that plan.
Wait until you get back to
Anyway.
the ship.
What if I blow the guy I'm negotiating with?
based,
Aggressive
but all right.
negotiations.
Wow, no one's had anything to say to that. Okay.
Hey, I mean,
thought that
you know
was
what?
How you negotiate in the first place.
You can't show your hand that quickly.
Yeah. You show them your mouth instead.
No, that's why we're going to show them your mouth.
Not that either.
Oh my god.
I love it. And with that, okay. So I have a couple of things that I'll probably have to do between sessions. We're not going to crack the rock today, but we have everything ready. We're going to start it first thing next session. I have a lot of things to adjust and prepare for, but I think we've got our plan.
And
We did much more explosions than you thought.
Oh,
just to you know, have something that we can just nightcap this on before we close. Plan is to get a ship out to meet with our 3 ships. To as we fly, like, you know, a white flag to have someone come out and talk, and then I start talking about, hey, I'd like to meet with someone to talk about an alliance out here. So I understand the wariness, so if we're able to do that, I'm opening this up for you know, discussion out here, blah blah blah, because I know you're not going to let anybody in, etc., etc.
Yep.
Mm.
And then while that's all happening and I'm going blah blah blah, you guys are going in to plant explosives, etc. Right?
Correct. Yep.
happy gas mask noises. Nice. All right.
And then, you know, when it comes time, you will either see an explosion or you will, whoever you have in the crow's nest will see the osprey flying around, doing the little dance that we have agreed upon for it to do.
The osprey has landed. I repeat, the osprey has landed.
Exactly.
Yes.
At which point you will know to attack both the ship and eventually the rock.
Okay. Which might give us, which depending how many ships come out to meet us, might keep us distracted a bit, you know.
Right. So we will keep an eye on what's going on. We should be able to see where you guys meet. If it's 10 miles, I mean, yeah.
If you've got your little spyglass, you can easily keep an eye on us from wherever you want.
Fair enough, but do they need that in order to see? No, wait. Someone else has a spyglass as well, right? So
Maybe not the magic one.
Who does?
Right. I don't remember, but I remember it being commented on when they came aboard.
Oh,
Was it someone that we were going to put into the crow's nest now and then, or does Hana have that entirely to herself still?
I would assume that we're taking shifts because I still need to sleep. So
I don't know what you're talking about.
You do?
Huh? No, I said I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh.
Hana doesn't need to sleep,
Got it.
but she does need breaks to come cuddle with me.
I imagine that at the very least, someone along the way has like a mundane spyglass. I'm sure that like Broomdoll or someone would have a spyglass that he could use.
Sure.
That's even if it's mundane, it can still perform the need of spyglass if need be.
Right. So at the very least, you know, if someone knows to be on the lookout for the osprey doing something strange, which it would be,
Which
then
Broomdoll is here. He is aware.
got it. So there you go.
Yeah.
So
And
does
of
it
course,
sound like
the other crews also have their people in their crow's nests. So you know.
Right. So does this overall sound like a plan? Is everybody comfortable with it? Does everybody feel like they're going to have an opportunity to shine in the scenes that follow?
Yes.
I think we'll be
Yes,
good.
I believe so.
Perfect.
Just need to be
Guti?
very careful.
Yeah, definitely. Guti, you're good with this plan too?
I guess as I'll ever be.
Oh dear.
It's a matter of, you know, outwardly speaking, I know it's going to be how Wuten ends up setting everything up, but I think that's probably going to be, you know,
It'll be good.
Yeah. Like
Mhm.
you know, it's always the pre-big battle nerves thing that everybody
Oh, yeah.
gets.
Yeah.
Yep,
Um,
yeah.
I'm doing all the big talking negotiation, and I mean I will keep their eyes on me as long as I can.
Okay. Just
Even if I have
as
to
long-
take them in the back for a little something, you know what I mean?
Just you.
Just
Also,
as long as you're
Yeah,
not
that's
feeling
right, take 'em from
sidelined
behind.
or something.
Yeah, that's right. Take
Not
it from
really.
behind.
No, my biggest worry, honestly, is handling like multi-tiered ship combat on my end.
the only thing to double check and remember, because I'm just looking at things, who's holding on to the steadfast grapple? Because that sounds like it's about to be useful.
Not me.
Yeah,
Well, 'cause,
Nagaina
like-
doesn't have. Oh, do you mean grapple as in like the grappling hook?
Yeah.
There's
Yes.
a
Grappling hook,
magic
yes.
item called. There's a magic item we have called the steadfast grapple.
I don't know who has that.
I think
It's
it's in the
no
ship's
idea.
hold for now.
Because like my thing here is like all pretty much a big chunk of all the other player characters are going to be going towards the sabotaging stuff, and it'll be me and Aesop and Kubetos
And Delilah.
And Delilah. Delilah's
Okay.
staying too.
That's more of a
Yeah, it's
I'm
it's
just
a
going
pretty
to
even
keep Frieda
split.
safe.
It's honestly just a pretty even split, honestly.
okay. I was probably miscounting a little then.
No worries. No worries.
It looks like we're splitting
And-
4 and 3, aren't we?
Yep.
You and I also have our cohorts. Don't forget.
Yep.
So-
True. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can
Which,
also add
yeah.
Athena on here, and then you can add your girly. So
Mhm.
there's plenty of us. We'll be fine on our end.
Yeah.
With that, I think counting cohorts, I think we're split even 5 and 5 then.
Mhm.
Yeah.
5
I
and
am
5 plus
maximum
Kubetos.
support, baby.
Yeah.
So hand somebody the steadfast grapple out of the thing who's going on the
Okay.
advanced team.
I'll take custody of it, yeah.
Cool. Otherwise, I think we're as planned as we're going to be.
I think so. Yeah.
All right. So the plan is in place. All players are aware of what is about to go down. And as morning breaks, the sailing is mostly silent as you close in on Tidewater Rock. And as you reach the horizon of the 10-mile mark, the stealth team makes their way down. There will be
Delilah will touch them.
Yeah,
with
Delilah
spells.
will give them all. What was the spell? Water breathing specifically?
Water breathing, and then we want the one with the swim speed as well. Aboleth?
Yep.
No, not Aboleth. The
I
other
don't
thing.
remember, and
Touch of the Sea.
he had to go.
Touch
So.
of the sea. Yeah.
Touch the Sea's only minutes, though, isn't it?
No.
No, it's minutes. It's minutes.
Yeah, it's minutes.
We will get a proper reading of the spells that are being cast soon, but for now, I'm gonna go ahead and slide on over back to the title card, and we'll find out what happens next time as they crack the rock on Pirates of the Red Isles.
Woohoo!
Rock that crap. Rock that.
Let me get that.
No.
Well, when we're done, we're definitely going to be rocking some crack. Depends on which kind.
Yeah.
True.
I'm thinking butt crack.
We
But,
can
you
do
know.
both.
Hi.
Snort it off the butts.
Oh my god.
I was going
Do
to
it
say, I am an
Rayman,
Alchemist.
Rayman
That's
style
my
in that
area of
new
Oh
animation.
yeah,
where
Aesop
he's-
can make us.
Hey.
Aesop can make us all the stuff.
Hey.
Watch
Anywho,
Nagaina do a
Rayman
line
style.
I
of
think-
Aesop's
I think
Official
this
art
one-
of him eating sushi off of something, right?
yeah. I think this calls for Saltwater Scourge as our ending theme today.
Yes.
As we near the cracking of the rock. Thank you everyone for tuning in. We hope you've all enjoyed. I've certainly enjoyed it, and as we gear up here, we'll see what happens next time on Pirates of the Red Isles. Until next session, y'all have a good one. Bye-bye!